we know we don't always stick to our agenda, things change. So I hope that this will be, as always, a good, free-flowing discussion, that everybody feels heard, that everybody feels valued, and I look forward to some really good discussions today and tomorrow. I want to thank everybody for making time in your busy schedules to put 2 days aside to come and have these talks. And if I recall, last year there were some leftover things, and we did have some mini sessions. And if there is something that we feel needed to be discussed and wasn't discussed, we can certainly do that like we did last year and have a mini retreat. I think we did a couple 3-hour sessions shortly after the 2 days. So if what you wanted to hear isn't discussed today, I'm sure that we can find a way to accommodate. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, my name is Kyle Felder, city manager. I will ask our facilitators to start by introducing themselves, but I will also quickly say that we are on live lines, so you want to be very careful. Yes, have to be very careful. However, also we have snacks and drinks in the next group. So and the bathrooms, I believe, across the hallway for you. So I'll turn it over to SIR, our facilitators, to introduce themselves, and then we go to City of Greensboro and then contact the store.
My name is Grant Healy. I'm with SIR, for strategic management firm for Central Valley.
Rachel Ghost, managing partner at SIR, had the privilege of being with you all last year. Excited to be here again.
I'm Michelle Watts, City of Greensboro.
New Holston, at-large member of City Council.
Tammy Thurman, Greensboro City Council, District 5.
Zach Levine, District 3. Mr. Manager, Madam Mayor, is it possible if we just rotate this just like 2 feet so that we can see? I can't see. I love seeing mom. She calms me down. Is there any way to do that without disrupting the whole thing?
Maybe we
You know,
can do a break.
We actually did that
Did that
last
last
year
year,
too,
yes.
that we changed the,
Yeah.
and it is easier for people, like I can't see Nancy or Sharon at this point.
So during break, we'll see if we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
You can hear me. You can hear me.
Can't see you though.
So you know I'm here. They might come.
I'm sorry, Mary Kay Owens, Waiter, Greensboro City Council at large.
And Nancy Long there. That's our District 1.
Nancy Hoffman, District 4.
David Cashwell, Budget Office, Performance and Strategy Analyst.
Dr. Love Jones, Director of the Human Rights Department. Crisis Manager.
Chris Wilson, Deputy City Manager. Assistant City Manager.
April Albright, Chief of Staff and Strategic Framework. Heather, Pat Evans, Atlanta Housing, as an employee.
Why don't we have Harvey introduce himself?
I am Kim Griffin. I'm with Music Record. Just started on Monday, so I'm going to get anything. That's a little more about the city over the next 2 days.
I'm Matt Sims with East Greensboro Now Economic Development in East Greensboro. Invite you this.
Good morning, I'm Craig Pfeiffer. I'm a local government nerd from Virginia and happened to be here on vacation and was invited to check out the retreat.
Good morning, I'm Mike McKinney, CEO of Piedmont Business Capital, Community Development Financial.
And of course, the brain of the meeting over here are electronics and snacks and everything. Angie?
Angela Lord, City Clerk.
Juan Carrera, Assistant City Clerk.
Josh Johnson, GTN.
Perfect. Did we miss anyone?
Carlos Castellanos, GTN.
Cameraman?
Rodney Dawson, GTN.
Thank you.
Sterling Harris, GTN.
Great. I think we missed
Good morning, everyone. Make sure I can all right. As I said, my name is Grant Neely, and I want to start by saying I live in Richmond, but it's good to be home. I say that because my family's lived in Guilford County for 90 years. My father grew up here. My two favorite aunts and uncles have lived here. I've spent a huge amount of time in the region as a kid, and as an adult. Usually, though, just one house, so it's good to be here. I have the privilege of working for SIR, which is a strategic management firm that work with local governments, state agencies, universities, companies, nonprofits, all over the country, but primarily here in North Carolina and Virginia. The company's been around for about 60 years. I actually first got to know the company as a client when I myself worked in local government in Virginia, and I turned to SIR for strategic help. These are some of the, you can see here some of the work we do. It'll take me just a second to get the hang of the clicker. We work with some of the most important and influential companies around the country. As well, sorry,
You said the most important people in the country.
some of the most important companies in the country. We do also work with some of the most important people in the country, many of whom are here in this room today. So this is just a quick snapshot of some of the companies, some of the cities, counties, local governments, municipal agencies around the country that we work with. I appreciate the mayor opening up by reminding everyone of the successful strategy session last year, and we've thought about this as a continuation of that. You've all seen the agenda. We'll spend the first time period sort of setting the stage for our 2 days together. Then we'll move to a welcome from the president of the college. And then from there, we'll take a deep dive into a number of the strategic priorities that you identified last year. Do that throughout the day, and then tomorrow we'll come back and continue the conversation. One of the themes that I anticipate will flow throughout the conversation is two things. Number one, on this issue area, what action can the city council take to work on this issue? And number two, what are the best ways to engage the business community and the broader community on this issue going forward? As a professional facilitator, I'm required by our unwritten code of ethics to begin by laying out the ground rules for how we're all going to work together. Nothing here is a surprise. This is just how we all work together in good times and bad. Let's focus on what's going on here. I know I personally can be guilty of pulling out my phone in every meeting that I'm in and going and doing something else, and that always takes my attention away from what I'm supposed to be doing. So I'd ask folks not to do that. Secondly, because this is a strategy session, we're really looking to the future, where we want to go as a community, as a city. And so I just remind everyone, as you're thinking about issues, let's make a specific point, an intentional point to think about issues from a citywide perspective. Obviously, we're going to respect all points of view and listen. Would ask only one person to speak at a time. Don't lean on the staff. I've been really struck by what a professional staff we have here in Greensboro under Ty's leadership. That's a great asset. Not every city can say that. It can also be easy to fall into the trap of relying on them for advice and direction on tough issues. So I would ask everybody to remember, this is your event. This is your strategy session. Your opportunity to talk and ask questions and poke and prod without relying too heavily on the staff. And lastly, trust the process. We at SIR have done thousands of these events over the years. We've done many of them over time. We've got a good, solid process in place, and we're going to see it play out over the next couple of days. To continue setting the stage, and I'm mindful that folks are watching remotely and through partners in the news media, we find it's helpful to set the stage by reminding everybody that in local government, the issues seen it happen time and again. It is not the mayor's responsibility to pick up the trash. It is not the council member's responsibility to pick up the trash. But if the trash doesn't get picked up, you get the call. And suddenly, it becomes your responsibility. I say all that to sort of try and ground the conversation as we begin with a few words about the right orienting of responsibility in the world. And so we have worked with local government professionals around the country and with the National League of Cities to develop this. And this is a way of thinking about what is the work inside a city government, inside Greensboro that is specifically the job of the city council and not of the professional administrative staff. And you'll see here just some of the responsibilities that's laid out by the National League of Cities. These are not unique to Greensboro. This is kind of standard around the country. And these are all big things. These are all direction-setting issues. These are all questions about who are we as a city and where are we going. We've worked very closely over the years with Bob O'Neill, who is widely recognized as one of the leading voices in the administration of local governments. I first got to know him when he was city manager of Hampton, Virginia, kind of right on the edge of the Chesapeake Bay, home near the world's largest naval base, world's largest shipping company in the area. He went in a medium-sized city in Virginia, very similar to a little bit smaller than Greensboro. He then went to be a county executive of Fairfax County, the Washington, D.C. suburbs, one of the largest local governments in the country, larger than some number of states. And he went on to build a much larger career leading national organizations for city management. And I'm working on learning how to work with very simple technology. He has laid out 6 roles of an effective city council. You can see them all here together. And we go through these, again, to ground the conversation for the next couple of days. Let's jump into each one kind of one by one. First of all, most important, setting policy. That is something that nobody else in city government can do, should do, has the authority to do. That is your job and only your job in city council. So what does that mean? It means providing a consistent and clear direction for the decisions and actions that the professional administrative staff is going to take over the months and years ahead. And that's at the heart of why we have strategy sessions like this. Setting policy, as you know far better than I, is tough because we have to come at issues from 2 different angles at once. I'll give you one story from my own experience. I live on a narrow street in the middle of Richmond, in an older neighborhood, a 100-year-old neighborhood originally built with a streetcar line before everyone had cars. And so on our street, there's room for a car department on the right side, there's room for a car department on the left side, and there's room for one car to drive down one way down the middle of the street. And so I drive very slowly because I don't want to hit anybody. But my neighbors do not. And so my friend, the public works director, lives in the next block. I went over one night and I said, Mr. Vincent, why don't we put the speed bump out here in front of the street? Like, we're going to slow these cars down. Kids around here, older people are flying down here. And he said, well, actually, no, Grant, we can't do that. He said, well, we can do that, but here's why we're not going to do that. And he laid out a citywide plan for installing new speed bumps in strategic locations around the city. And so I said, well, it sounds like you got a plan. I'm going to back up. I'm not going to call my city council member. I'm not going to call the mayor demanding a speed bump be placed in front of my house. And I tell you that story because it was a good example, I realized, of the 2 different angles that policymakers have to look at decisions from. 1, what are you hearing from the community? And then 2, what are you hearing from the professional administrators of the city? And what's the intersection between those 2? Because what could have happened is I could have called my city council member who lives down the street and demanded that I get a speed bump in front of my house. Tell her I've supported your campaign and this is the right thing to do. The children are going to get hit. And she could have put pressure on the professional folks to do that. I would have been satisfied, but it might not have been the right thing for the city. And I simply didn't know the professional perspective, the So I say this, these are two very different ways to look at a common problem. Let's keep going. Number two, representing everyone. I think we all know what that means, but sometimes I find it's important to describe the fundamentals. Greensboro is a big and growing and diverse city. We can all fall into the trap of thinking that our own perspective is the one that's most important. We all represent different groups of citizens, of residents, and we can all fall into the trap of believing that my neighborhood is representative of the whole city, and that's usually not the case. So number three, role of effective city councils around the country is engaging the community. You often sit in the council chambers, you can make all the best decisions ever, but unless your constituents know what you're doing and see you doing it and understand the decisions you're making and why, it's going to be a huge missed opportunity. Number four, fourth responsibility of effective city councils is being a fiduciary. I think we all know what being a fiduciary means, but again, let's define it because it is a difficult theoretical concept. It means putting all ethical obligations to the public first, putting the public's interest before your own. And I'm quite confident, based on the work we've done preparing for this event and the work that we did last year, that this is a highly ethical and good and decent city council. So I do not believe, and I do not mean to suggest anyone can put your own personal interest ahead of the public's, but I would remind all of us that sometimes that shows up in other ways of again, privileging my own neighborhood, my own community, over the city as a whole. And this idea, I think, is actually really beautiful, and it goes back to literally the founding of the country and the Declaration of Independence, which talks about how our governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. And I think it's a beautiful way to start off the conversation. Fifth out of 6 duties of effective city councils is providing oversight. Again, you are profoundly fortunate to have a professional and skilled professional administrative team here. And the way to make them more effective is to hold them accountable by doing the proper job of oversight of their work. And that means having KPIs, key performance indicators, specific measures by which you can determine progress that's being made. And then demonstrating that in dashboards. This slide shows dashboards from cities around the country and around the world where they lay out in a graphical form how they demonstrate progress to their citizens on all the work that they're doing. And lastly, 6 characteristic of an effective city council is setting a strategic direction for the city, ensuring that the city has a vision and movement towards that future. It is so profoundly easy to get caught up in the headaches and the trials and the challenges of the day-to-day and lose this focus. But that's what the work that you began last year at the strategy session that we're going to accelerate at this strategy session this year. We find, we work, as I said, with city councils all over the country, and we find that when city councils fall short, it really, on these 6 responsibilities, it really comes down to kind of 2 things. Number 1, believing that good enough is good enough. And this one's easy to fall into. It's easy to say, we got the trash picked up on time last week. That's a big success. Let's celebrate. You should. We should. But if we have a major corporation investing $8 billion down the street where they're going to hire 5,000 new people in the months and years ahead, that is a strategic issue where we can really focus on what does that mean for our, how do we get it done? How do we get them here? What is their presence here going to mean for our community? What does it mean for what we're going to look like in 5 years and 10 years? Second reason that city councils often fall down we've all seen this matrix before. How do you determine what issues to focus on? Well, in my own life, I focus on the ones that are urgent. I got to take the trash out today so it can get picked up tonight. That's urgent. It's important, and we tend to we tend to think that leadership is about focusing on those issues that are in the upper right quadrant of the spectrum. We really need to focus as leaders on issues that are urgent and important. But I would argue that in a role like city council, in a role like the board of directors for a corporation, that there's actually a different place we ought to focus. And that's in the lower quadrant, right? Issues that are not urgent, right? The opportunity with Toyota coming here is not going to change based on what we do in the next 2 hours. Therefore, it's not urgent. But it is profoundly important for the future of this community, and that's why we pause and take a step back and spend 2 days at an HBCU campus thinking about these bigger issues. And so when we look at creating a strategic framework, the work that you began last year, we recognize that there's really kind of a couple of different issues. There's where are we today? There are big trends that are affecting the country and the world as a whole, things that we cannot necessarily influence as a city, but we have to be acknowledge that they influence us. There's our own internal drivers, the day-to-day operations of city government, and then there's a question of where we want to go as a city. This is all about bringing it all together. This is the work that you did last year, and the documents that we presented show that you've got a really solid and very strong strategic framework in place. Lastly, at the heart of all this is the notion of trust. If members of the council don't trust each other, if residents and citizens don't trust their elected officials, if the elected body doesn't trust the professional administrative teams to do the work and to carry out the policies that we set, then none of this works. It all falls apart. Trust is a hard thing to build. It can be surprisingly and frighteningly easy to lose. So I'd ask you to keep that in mind throughout our 2 days together as well. So let's let's now pivot into a review. A lot of this we talked about last year. Let's pivot now and take a quick look at some of the big trends that are affecting cities all over the country and talk about how they affect Greensboro in particular. For that, I'll turn to my colleague, Rachel Yost, who led this conversation last year and will recap the Worksession.
Thanks, Grant. So we wanted to revisit just at a high level some of the key trends that we reviewed last year, because those trends really informed a lot of the conversation and how we thought about the strategic imperatives that we arrived at. And so I'm not going to belabor these. We spent time talking about each one. We thought it would just be helpful as a refresher to go through them at a high level so that we have that in the back of our mind in addition to those 6 roles as we move into our conversations today. So the first is the growing population. The U.S. is going to be growing by about 8% over the next decade. Greensboro's growth, I'm running into the same problem, right? Greensboro's growth is also projected to be similar to about 7% over the next 5 to 10 years. And so people are coming here, and what's really interesting is that a lot of communities and states are experiencing slower growth, and people are not moving, but people are moving to North Carolina, and they're moving to Greensboro. This slide, the states in blue are where they're seeing an increase of people moving to that state, and they're really coming from the north and the south. So there's a unique opportunity for Greensboro as people are moving into the state. And so what does that mean, and how can we take advantage of that? The second trend that we talked about was the aging population. And this is really driven by the fact that people are living longer. Life expectancy has significantly grown over the past century from about 55, 60 years to 80 years, 70 years today. So people are living longer, and at the same time, we've been seeing a decline in birth rates. So fewer people are having has really shifted into more of a rectangle, where we have about as many people at youth and young adult under the age of 18 as we do over 65. And so that means we're not replacing ourselves, and there's going to be a war, and there already is a war for talent, and to attract young people to your communities so that you've got the workforce, and then you've got the vibrant community, and you have the families coming to your communities. And so one of the things that we talked about last year was, yes, everybody is looking for a place that feels safe, that has job opportunities with affordable housing. Those are kind of the basic soak gets you clean, what every community needs to offer. But there's other attributes that young people are looking for when they're deciding where they want to live. You know, it's the food scene, it's music, it's outdoor rec. What's that makeup, and does Greensboro have those things that young people want? And how do we make a place that's really attractive, that gets people here when they're more likely to move and expand their roots and help grow our community and our talent pipeline. The third trend that we talked about was changing places. And this has really been impacting our community and feeling of connectedness with society. And this is really driven by the fact that we're seeing a decline in church attendance. And this goes to 2020, we're seeing that decline. And I think it's probably pretty clear that with COVID, this has probably dropped even more. We know that dropped off and people are not necessarily going back to their places of worship. And at the same time, we've been seeing the increase of distributed workforce, that work is no longer tied to place. And again, this was a trend that we were watching prior to COVID, and COVID just accelerated that. And we saw that, you know what, we can work not in an office building. We don't have to go into that office building to be successful. And we're seeing organizations continue to have these remote work opportunities. And so what that means is that if people are not going to their places of worship, if they're not going into the office, then there is this lack of feeling connected to community. And so how can we, as Greensboro, find ways to build connections, to build communities that people feel tied to this place and want to stay here. The fourth is the growing economy. And Greensboro is one of those communities that has a positive trend line when it comes to the GDP. And so that's really great. That's something we want to celebrate and continue to grow and to focus on. When we looked at it against some of your neighbors, what we see, and I know it might be hard to see, but when we look at it against Raleigh, Charlotte, Wilmington, Durham, on these different metrics related to the economy, whether it's your gross metropolitan product, the jobs, median earnings, output per job, Greensboro has a lower trend line compared to its neighbors. So you've got a strong economy, but there's opportunity to accelerate that moving forward. And it's going to be exciting with some of the recent wins and the Toyota opportunity to see how that will impact it.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. I don't think those trend lines really take into consideration everything that's coming.
That's right.
It's just what's on the ground now.
That's right.
But in 5 years, it's going to be completely different.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, and that's why this is like such an important moment for us to stop and think about the future and how are we going to take advantage of that. So it's an excellent point.
It also only goes through 2019.
Yes, that's right.
We've got 5 more years worth of data.
Yeah.
Not very useful.
No, but it just helps us understand where we're coming from and setting the stage. And this is what we just pulled from last year, and we can obviously update these numbers if that would be helpful. Yeah, we can do that. So the fifth trend is around the evolving talent development pipeline. We all know about the war for workers, and again, a lot of that's because of that changing demographics and fewer younger people. But we also see that at least a third of all jobs are going to be affected within the next 20 years due to technical shifts. And this is from our presentation last year, and I would say since just this past year, this is going to be even more profound with the evolution of AI and how AI is going to really disrupt the workforce. We've been watching it really closely. It's going to impact the work that SIR does, but it's also impacting our clients. So we've been very intentional of really learning how to harness AI. And we think it's going to be a huge opportunity for increased It's going to disintermediate some jobs, but we don't think it's going to have this huge effect of erasing a lot of jobs. We think it's just going to enhance productivity. But it does mean that new skills are going to need to be learned. And so how the next generation is being trained, what they're learning in college and technical schools is going to shift because of AI. And so what we're seeing are a lot of programs in high schools helping folks learn skills and trades and get certified so that once they graduate, they're ready for either a technical program or they can go straight into the workforce. And so last time we talked about a couple of those different programs. We're also seeing a rise in economic equity, and this is really driven by the fact that folks don't have as much as people did years ago. So if we look at the wealth gap, in 1989, those who were over 62 years typically had about 7.5 times as much wealth as those that were under the age of 40. Today, that gap is 15 times. So people today are not earning as much, or the 62 over have significantly more wealth than those under 40. And so that wealth gap brings about a lot of different challenges, whether it's home buying or what have you. And so what we're seeing is that there's significant challenges for a lot of the population. Pre-COVID, and this I think just got impacted even more with COVID, we were seeing that 40% were living paycheck to paycheck, 40% couldn't cover a $400 emergency. So this idea of economic equity has become really important, and it's important here in Greensboro too, as we know that there's a level of poverty in Greensboro, and we're going to be talking about homelessness today, and affordable housing, and how we address some of those things. And as we are growing, as we have this Toyota opportunity, we're looking at high-wage jobs. How do we make sure that there's jobs for all income levels, and we're providing opportunities for upward mobility?
But homelessness is not the only thing that we are looking at.
No.
You've got working.
Right. Yep. Yeah, and that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about that spectrum. Yeah. And then the final one we talked about was increasing collaborations and partnerships. And here we looked at how today that there are more than 70% of our nation's population, jobs, and GDP are located in 12 mega regions. And we see that Greensboro kind of falls in this Piedmont Atlantic. We also talked a little bit about the Triangle region and really thinking about how can we partner with our neighbors to increase the attractiveness of the region, attract workers, attract businesses. If we think about it from a larger regional perspective, it creates more voice, a bigger story. And today we're going to hear from some of our neighbors and some of their perspectives when it comes to things like affordable housing. So we're excited to bring in that perspective. So this was just, again, a really high level, just reviewing back to what we talked about last year, to bring into that framework and that frame of mind into our conversation today. And as Grant mentioned, as Mayor Vaughn mentioned, we had a really productive conversation last year, and through a
is to move swiftly through those parts so that we can get to the point of Q&A, where some of the richer discussion will most likely happen. I'm going to do my best to navigate this. There we go. So, when this conversation began and 7 priorities were generated, it was based on the idea that purpose, mission, and vision should drive the ship. And so here you have an outline of the purpose, vision statement, and mission statement. Of course, to be the most desirable mid-sized city, and then of course there's the importance of having a city that the community can experience endless economic opportunity and exceptional quality of life. And then there's the mission statement, moving a little bit more towards the how, which is to shape an inclusive future for equitable economic opportunities and sustainable, safe neighborhoods through resident-focused services and programs. What's really important about this slide is that it encompasses expectation. It's about community expectation as well as city council expectation of promising and delivering at a rate that builds trust. And then it's also about staff expectation of how to get the work done and what should drive it. Ultimately, this slide speaks to a duty that we all have to fulfill. And in that, the strategic framework is designed to help us fulfill that duty. The strategic priorities, just to revisit them briefly, include Safest City, which speaks more or less to the idea that people are healthy, safe, and secure in Greensboro. And then Most Skilled Workforce, which alludes to this idea that you connect people with good jobs and good opportunities and a living wage, and they can thrive. And then the Youth Sports Capital, which really speaks to the idea that there will be programs and facilities that allow young people to thrive in their areas of athleticism. And then the easiest place to do business is about streamlining processes that normally create barriers to developing effective, forward-moving businesses. And then we have Most Connected City. That is the synergy between technology and transportation, the ability to navigate the city in an effective way and exchange information in ways that allow successful outcomes. And then there's the hub of recreation and entertainment. Greensboro should be a fun place where you can let your hair down and you really can experience a certain level of gratification outside of the work that you do day in and day out. And then there's the abundance of attainable housing. And that's, of course, about having a quality housing stock that sustains people's dignity. The thing that's important to note for this year is that there are 5 areas or 5 priorities that are actually the focus. We received the feedback that there was a drilling down into 5 specifically for this year, and that includes the abundance of attainable housing, safest city, most connected city, most skilled workforce, and a hub of recreation and entertainment. The strategic framework is built on the idea of values that undergird the work every day. And those values include being purpose-driven, which of course we know is about being the most desirable mid-sized city, but also being people-centered, meaning that it should feel right to live in Greensboro, not a place that you land by accident or a place that you're stuck, but a place that you really want to live, that you consciously choose to live in. And then it's about being data-informed, meaning that what we do on behalf of residents makes sense. And in order for it to make sense, you want to build it on evidence-based action that ultimately gains community trust. To continue values, there was a lot of conversation last year when the concept of a strategic framework was introduced that rested on equity. And so we as a team have committed to this idea that equity should be a driving force in the development of the framework. And so equity is not necessarily about sameness, but it's definitely about there being a way of reimagining systems that reduces barriers for everyone. And ultimately, we just don't want to be a city where resources, have resources that people can't access. There's no point in providing a lot if only a few people can access it. Also, by way of resilience and sustainability, it's about this forward movement as a city that if it can be perpetual, it can also be consistent. And so it must be consistent for residents. Residents have to see something happening on a regular basis that doesn't fade or go away, but it really is the ability to not just check off a box, but say that we have the resources necessary to thrive in this community on a regular basis. And then there's this idea of prosperity. Growth and wholeness have to be not only the fabric of the city, but the experience and the brand of the city. So that means that residents experience this individual growth and wholeness, which is relative to the individual, but nonetheless a mainstay in what it means to live here. And then there's innovation, which is about taking bold leaps. We know that bold leaps in the right direction guarantee satisfaction. And so that's something that is really important for us to take a hold of as we develop the strategic framework moving forward. One thing is for certain, that in this process, you have to have markers that indicate progress. And so the team has worked together to give just an example of a few markers or indicators of progress as the strategic framework is applied to the work of the city. And so, as you can see by category, we've offered just a snippet. These are just examples. And the thing that they have in common is that they are measurable, they are able to be tracked, and they're easier to understand. These are examples, but they are definitely not exhaustive. There is a catalog that one of my colleagues, David Cashwell, who's a member of the strategic framework team, has worked to develop, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But here, I'll just point out one or two. We won't stay on this slide very long. But when it comes to the abundance of attainable housing, you see that one of the markers is increased sheltered resident occupancy rates. That is measurable, that is trackable, and it is easy to understand. Also, healthy balance between different housing types. If you go to the bottom right of the screen, looking at most skilled workforce, it's about measuring the number of strong partnerships with businesses, and also looking at the rate of public investment. Again, these are all indicators that are measurable, able to be tracked, easy to understand. Now, this is a really important slide because it brings to life this relationship in the strategic framework between day-to-day spent. It really is about alignment of decisions by way of data, legislation, and resources. You can see this diagram to the right. Strategic framework sits at the center, embodying the priorities that you outline on a 5-year plan. But then these other pieces revolve around it and influence it. It's also a front-facing compass for the community, unlike some of our other budgetary guides that we've used in the past. And it's accompanied by a user-friendly data source that we'll talk about at the end. Again, data cash flow has been a godsend, along with Rodney Roberts and April Albrecht, for pulling together an effective data dashboard concept that, with the right software, the front-facing public will be able to track progress just as well as we will be able to internally. And then it also provides easy talking points and reference for progress. No one asks anyone as much about how the community is doing as people ask City Council. You can be in the produce section, you can be standing on the corner of the sidewalk, and someone's going to ask you, how about this? How's that going? Well, the thing about this document is that it gives you higher level talking points that are going to be relevant to community members, but also relevant to the work that you've been doing on behalf of the city. It also is going to be a good reference point from staff to stakeholders. This whole concept is not going to come to life without partnership. But if you can't create meaning between what you're doing as a staff person and how that partnership in the community is going to be effective, we've lost, and we're going to be behind the ball. So ultimately, we want to be able to have these easy talking points, but most importantly for community to talk back to us. Many times the language is the barrier, the data is the barrier that doesn't allow the community to understand how we're working, and we don't understand sometimes what the community needs specifically. But this strategic framework enhances that bidirectional communication. Ultimately, it's a building block for long-term goals. On that previous slide, we saw how day-to-day gets to 20 years. And the strategic framework as a midpoint is literally just a building block document that is updated every 5 years to get us from year 1 to year 20. As far as next steps, right now we're in the 3rd quarter of the fiscal year, and the theme for this quarter is vetting. It really is about making sure that the framework says what it needs to say, that it communicates what it needs to communicate, both front-facing and internally to staff, as well as capturing the meaning and intent of council. And so we had our leadership team vet a draft maybe 2 weeks ago, and we've received some effective feedback that we put into the updated version of the draft. Here we are at the council retreat. On Monday, you're going to receive the draft, and in some sort of small group configuration that April is going to lead, it's going to enable you to give the most effective feedback. What's most relevant to you to see change in the framework, the things you like or appreciate the most. And then we'll be in the phase of final revisions at the bottom of this quarter. Afterwards, as we move into the 4th quarter, that's going to be a learning quarter for us. And what that means is that leadership teams are going to create cohorts in their departments that they're going to reserve for getting the most out of how to apply the framework. The department-specific support is going to be available because we know that sometimes people struggle to make a beeline between a particular priority and the work that they do in their particular wheelhouse. And then finally, there's going to be a rollout of support tools. Those support tools are really, really important. They will be helpful to not only staff, but to council, as well as the general public. And they include a program inventory that's basically a snapshot of all of the different programs across the organization and how they connect to the priorities. But then there's a data map, a data dictionary, then the software that encompasses the dashboard, and data literacy training. And that means that not only will people be
developing the language and those measures to ensure we're saying what historical information do we have, doing actual content and sentiment analysis of community feedback historically, and then also through the dashboard being able to proactively receive ongoing feedback that informs where we need to be holding community meetings, town halls like our budget office will be doing in the coming months, and other just community feedback, relationship building processes.
Yes, one of the things that's really important to highlight about equity is that it's not about checking off a box. Therefore, in addition to looking at how things are distributed numerically, it's also about community perception of that distribution. So it really can't be seen as a success point if we suggest that things are done equitably, but the community feedback is that it is not. So there has to be a relationship between those two pieces, which is why the framework does land on not only numeric data, but anecdotal data. What is the story of the community, and is there alignment there? And where there is an alignment, that means that there's more work to do for us as staff.
I want to make sure, we talk about partnerships with businesses, and of course, we're all thinking about the big ones that are coming on board. I don't want us to forget that there are a lot of small businesses out there, and a lot of them need skilled workforce. A lot of them, even in the service industry, need skilled workforce. So, I know we're all excited about things, but there are also ancillary services that will come along and will be needed, and sometimes they need a skilled workforce as well. So I just don't want to leave the small businesses out.
So in the work that April was doing and the things that April highlighted for the team, that anecdotal feedback is not just about what is the quality of my neighborhood experience or what is the quality of my work experience. It's also what is the quality of my business ownership experience. And by way of bridging that tentacle to equity, the small business voice matters equally. And so we will be looking at indicators with small businesses in mind, because it is easy for small entities to get swallowed up in large indicators, but we are sensitive to that.
I would add to that, I think in the feedback from that, I would say we're talking about at least two of our priorities there: most skilled workforce and easiest place to do business.
Right.
So understanding the intersection between priorities, I think would be really beneficial, particularly for city staff who may have an overall lack of clarity about how we're moving the needle on different priorities through their work. So through the use of AI integration, we can do that kind of text analysis. We already have a pulse on that, but we can find some of those gaps where work is becoming either duplicative or there's an opportunity for different city staff members who may not even have a relationship or be aware because we're working in a silo, that can kind of help us improve those kind of inefficiencies.
Sure, thank you.
I have a concern that we have dropped easiest place to do business off of our indicators. Because if we're not an easy place to do business, a lot of these things don't work. And it's got to be, that's one of the top complaints we get from businesses, especially smaller businesses. And yet, it's measurable. And we can develop KPIs
start driving folks who are not residents into our community, we have a chance to make them a part of our community eventually, or a part of our university system elect. So it's important to me that we have 7 priorities and that we stress 7 priorities.
Absolutely, and that's our goal. We just felt that for the next couple of days, we can do a deeper dive on 5. But we are putting together a panel because it's a nexus between what the mayor has been championing with regards to food and beverage, revenue, and sports, and entertainment and recreation. And we felt that the mayor's state of the city would be the appropriate place to bring your Fred Whitfield to talk to us about Charlotte experience, your Richard Beers to talk about Sports Foundation. But also we're going to have the mayor of Raleigh who will be here tomorrow, and she will talk about how Raleigh has really helped really be able to generate revenue from their food and beverage. That's the next lessons we can learn from that. But so we're not neglecting those. We just want to make sure that we do a good job well by focusing on easiest place, safer city, livable housing, workforce, and the connected city.
I'd like to see us do a future work session with recommendations from the city manager's office and city staff on what you all think can help make us the easiest place to do business, and where you all can create those or come up with those. We don't need to go into it here, but a big piece of driving the easiest place to do business would really come from city staff and the city manager's office and your experience. So if we could have a separate session at some time on that, I would appreciate hearing your input on that.
I do want to mention that Ty and I have been doing a series of breakfast or lunch events with a number, sometimes they were CEOs, engineers, developers, telling them what is it we need to do better. And I think it's opened up some lines of communication. We've gotten really good feedback. I think Ty has changed the way that business has been done to some extent, but we have really made a strong outreach into the community to hear from the end users. Where are you finding that's difficult? Certainly we don't have it right yet. But the other thing is also that we feel more empowered to give us a call when there's an issue, so we hear personally.
That would be great. I would like to have some of that information and hear what you all have heard and have that shared with us, and then what we're doing about it.
We will. Looking at Deputy City Manager Chris Wilson, I think in March we're going to launch tracking, how we track businesses from start to end. That's a reflection of what we have. If you look at some of the data in here, we also talked about how we are actually, in terms of permit issues, TRC. So we'll get a work session in front of you that will lay out some of this. Tomorrow, we're going to hear from Mashayandu with regards to 421, and you're going to hear from Mike Rogers with regards to water, because we think those two are critical to how we do business in growing. But I also know that because we're having Marshall Aerospace, Toyota, we should not ignore small businesses, growing businesses. Those are critical. And so when you look at Starbucks has done an amazing job, frankly, in framing how we're going to address starting businesses, small businesses. So I'm looking here now, it says how we support local businesses to make sure that they thrive. So like David said, on the easiest place to do business and most skilled workforce, we will capture those and we will share that with you. So we'll have a work session with you.
Thank you.
And you have brought in a developer who was having issues with, and that was a really easy one. It was very easy to fix. One phone call. And it also brought something to our attention that hopefully will benefit other developers down the road.
One thing that you can hear in this conversation, the underpinning, and I'm sure the players would agree with me, is that it's also it highlights why policy examination and the relationship of policy is so important, because policy can either be a gateway or a barrier. And so it's also about unpacking some of those policy pieces to see where those pieces create barriers or where they need to be changed in order to make business processes in the city more effective, but also the development of some of the other priorities. Policy is an umbrella, and it really does influence the way in which people can make things happen or what keeps things from happening. So certainly in this conversation about easiest place to do business, I know that there will be a policy component that comes to the table as far as feedback from staff. Are there other questions before we wrap up so that we can hopefully keep you all on schedule because I believe we're already a little bit over?
We're actually good on time before the president comes to give greetings. So if there's anything else the council wants to discuss outside of the framework for what we've had this morning, I think we've got about 15 or so minutes. Thank you, team. I
All right,
appreciate
thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, John.
Good job.
What a great presentation and discussion. Let's give a round of applause. How cool has been accomplished? We've done a lot of work with HBCUs over the years at SIR. I've worked as a vice president of HBCU. There are 2 HBCUs in the country that serve only women. We're one of them. What's the other?
Spelman in Atlanta.
Two of the best in the country. Exactly. 150 years old plus. Number 1 in the country on social mobility. That's a big deal. There's a lot of great things going on here. And it's all happening under the leadership of a dynamic president. Let's welcome Dr. Suzanne Walsh.
Thank you all so much. Welcome, City Council. This is fancy. It's really exciting to have all of you here, and thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Do I have to give a shout out to everyone because I see all my friends? I made eye contact with everyone. But I think that that's really important, in fact, that we do have that relationship where every one of you knows us. And it has been very, very exciting. I'm going to tell you a little bit of a story that I swear is relevant to your retreat. Back in June, and a number of you were here, our board had its annual retreat, and we invited community members to come and help us think about what role can Bennett play in the community. As we set our new strategic direction, we said we wanted to be open to and for the future, which means we need to be open to the community. So we hosted a community dinner, and we changed the question, because the question originally was, what can Bennett do for the community? And I was unsatisfied with the answers. So we changed the question for that dinner and said, what is it that the community needs? And then, where could Bennett fit in? And so at that retreat, one of the things we talked about is we have vacant buildings, and we need to figure out with the community, how can we use them? One of your priorities is housing. And so at that June meeting, the very first person to raise their hand and say, we will help you, was Ty. Not only was he the first to raise his hand, but he was the first to follow through. And so our team has been working with Ty and April and the team ever since June to help us really think about what our assets are on campus. So it's more than those vacant buildings. Because the other call that I received after that June meeting was, what are you doing with the pool? We have a pool that has not been in use in years. Long before I got here. But what I love is that when we mentioned that, the city, I guess you're sort of personifying, but the city said, okay, let's talk about that. Because we have a need for access to a pool for this neighborhood, for East Greensboro in particular. And we have tennis courts, and we have a basketball court, and we have a gym, and we have a soccer field. All of those things, I know one of your I did. I'm giving you a break. I love this slide. Where is it? Here. And I remember doing the East Place Studios or something. But as the city is thinking about being a hub for recreation and entertainment, I like that Bennett is on the list. Because so often we're left out of some of these conversations, and we're trying to think about what is the best use for our spaces. Are there ways for us to really use our recreational spaces to engage the community? Last week, April arranged an amazing meeting with Evoke. Are they an architectural firm? Or? Yes, thank you. My mind was expanded in that conversation, because that conversation was to talk about how could they help us look at some of the buildings, look at a kind of an evaluation of what might be possible in a partnership with the city. How can we connect with the city? And in that conversation, what I loved was we talked about it's important for Bennett, back to your safest city, it's important for Bennett to remain one of the safest campuses in North Carolina. We continue to top that list, and if you've noticed, we don't have walls and we're not, locked in. And that's really important that we continue to be that way. And in that conversation with Evoke, they talked about how we can create some softer edges to the campus so that it does feel inviting, so that it does feel like a place where the community would want to come. That we could program things together around this area so that we are really opening ourselves up for the community. That's really important to us, because if we're going to continue to be here, open to and for the future, we have to continue to be open to the community, engaging with the community. That Save the City priority I love, because we also are the recipient of 3 Homeland Security grants. And those Homeland Security grants are focused on, you have the word resiliency up there, they're about resiliency of our campus. And I'm on an academic advisory council for Homeland Security. And what I literally said to the Secretary of Homeland Security, that we want to remain an open campus. And we think there are things for other places, other campuses around the country to learn about what it means to be an open campus, but to still remain safe. So it's another area where I think that we can continue to partner. The other thing that I think is really exciting is when we come back to that housing. So the first thing we talked about in that meeting in June was to say we have excess housing, and at the same time we need housing. It's like it's a dichotomy. So we have 6 buildings that are not used right now. See, now we have 6 buildings that are not used. They haven't been used in years. And what we wanted to do was to think about what are the housing needs of the community, what are the housing needs that we have on campus, and in those conversations, I think what's been exciting is that we're not just talking about student housing. We're talking about, can we use that, and I'm going to use this term, I'm not going to use this term correctly. I don't mean mixed use meaning businesses, but I mean mixed use meaning we could have community members, we could also have students, we could have employees, because we do house employees. And so thinking together about how do we meet the housing needs of East Greensboro, in particular Greensboro, how do we meet the housing needs of the community in an affordable way, and how do we make sure that that housing is also affordable for students? Students get priced out quickly. How is it affordable for our employees as well? So I'm very excited about those continuing conversations with the city. I also am really excited as we think about the most connected city, and I would love for you all to help us think together about, is Bennett College a pilot for the City of Greensboro? So are there things that the City of Greensboro wants to do Greensboro-wide, but you're not sure how it's going to go, and you want to test it somewhere? We have all the same things you have. We have water and sewer. We have all the same things you're working on. We have buildings. We have employees who are trying to figure out how to get to work. We have students who are trying to figure out how to get to different places. And I know transportation is one of your priorities. Is there a way that Bennett becomes the microcosm, because we've got a population of young people as well as older people, all in a small space? If you want to try out being a connected city, are there ways that you can test technology We should be working together. We should be figuring out how this is a place where you can learn. We have space, so I don't know where the chief is, but is this a place where you want to come to do some of your training for your police officers? Do you need to do active shooter training? Do you fire department? All of those things. Please think of us as a laboratory, because it is a mini city. We've got a dining hall, we have restaurants. You know, I mean, I can go through. I was trying to put it to ChatGPT. It was like, give me a comparison of a college and a city. I could read that to you, but it wasn't as exciting as I thought it might be. But I really do want us to continue to think about how we partner together, because so many of your priorities are also our priorities. We need to be more connected. When I started, we had 4 pillars to stabilization. They're still the same pillars. One is working on business and finance. We all talked about a version of that as well. Focusing on enrollment management. That's some of what you're talking about in terms of attracting people and keeping people here. I might also put that in that easy to do business, because quite frankly, if it's not easy for a student to navigate, then she's not going to stay. So like similar priorities. We also have a priority focused on our facilities, which you just heard me talk about. And finally, we have one focused on IT infrastructure. And then it should be a place where it is easy to get IT connection. It's not always that easy. It should be a place where we can think about, together with the city, all of the things you're interested in connecting, in making connections, and making technology simple. So I'm really here to say, first of all, thank you. Thank you all for your commitment to Bennett in many, many ways over 150 years. But also I want you to really think with us about how we can partner in ways that I have not seen anywhere else in the country. I have not seen, there are lots and lots of models where folks talk about anchor institutions as, the higher ed institution or maybe the library, but I've never really seen a city embrace an institution and the institution embrace the city and say, we're in this together and we're going to pilot some things. We're going to test some things together. Because you can easily then take it from here and go somewhere, fail on our campus, and then we can fix it together and go somewhere else. I mean, really, it's different to fail here than we're going to do it citywide. So I really wanted to use this conversation and this is a fabulous set of priorities. So well aligned with where we're going, so well aligned with the things we're interested in, that I want us to be deeper and different partners. The last thing I'll say is I appreciated the comments about if it doesn't feel right, it sort of doesn't count. And I swear this is a relevant story. I was asked to be on a task force for the elephant exhibit at the zoo in Seattle. I kept calling it the Tusk Force by mistake, but the task force. And I know nothing about zoos. I know nothing about elephants, but I was asked to be. This was a number of years ago. And so when I was called for that, the person who called me has known me for a long time, and she knew that I would say yes. So I was like, I know nothing about those topics. Yes, sign me up. She also said that Cher may come and protest, so that was also exciting and interesting. But Seattle's a place that is famously very, very good at protests. So there were lots of protests about the elephant exhibit at the zoo. And I was on this task force. We met for a long time. And they were public meetings. We had security because it's Seattle, elephants. And it was a great learning experience. But one of the most important things that we learned during that was, let me tell you what, there's accreditation. So I came into this job as an accreditation expert because there were elephant accreditations. There's an accreditation, especially for the elephant part of the zoo. And in that, what's so interesting is there's lots of quantitative data like you all talked about. It's very clear. The metrics are very clear. And one of our speakers said to us, I should say, speaker after speaker said, this exhibit meets the accreditation needs. It meets all the needs. But if it doesn't feel right to the humans who are visiting, it almost doesn't count. And I thought that was so interesting because the zoo did everything they needed to do. They followed all the accreditation guidelines. Everything was to the letter, but it didn't feel right. And that, I think, is so important because I think that's relevant to the city and what you're trying to do. You can have all, as you said, your KPIs, your key performance indicators. You can be nailing it on your KPIs, but if the city doesn't feel different to the average person, you're not going to hit that equity goal. And that's how I feel at Bennett. There are days when I think, oh, I am nailing it. Look at my metrics. Woo, number one, we have 90% retention rate. But there are things that still don't feel right. And if they don't feel right, then it doesn't matter. I can put up all the bragging I want. So I think together, that's what I loved about Evoke. Evoke was also helping us to think about what can help this not only be right, but feel right. And so how can we do that together, Bennett College and the city? How can we continue to work together? Because this has already been a very important partnership for us over the years and especially since June. So just thank you. And welcome. I think I was supposed to say welcome, wasn't I? I think I messed up how, is this not how greetings go? I think I'm still learning. What's a greeting and what's a speech and what's a remark? I don't really know. But just welcome, and thank you so much. And I look forward to continuing to work together.
Well, I thought that college was a cool place before, and now good news, we have covered a lot of ground already this morning, and we're a little bit ahead of schedule. So that's going to get much better than that, right? So we're going to take a break for about 15 minutes. Let everybody take a break, have a cup of coffee, walk around, talk with each other. We'll use that moment as well to adjust the tables as we discussed earlier, and then we'll be back here at 10:50 according to the schedule. Right back to the schedule. Cool. Thank you.
So let's try and scooch this down.
All right, 2-minute warning. You can start making your way back.
people talk about housing in general, it's hard to get on the same page because there's not always different words mean different things to different people, right? Affordable means one thing to you, it means one thing to you, it means one thing to me, and at the end of the day, it's just a neutral term. But it has become lingo in this field, for example. So what we try to do here graphically is sort of lay out the continuum of housing issues that run on the left side of the page all the way from homelessness, but as Councilwoman Hightower mentioned earlier, that's not the whole housing issue, but it is a critical one and hard to deal with. So we show that on the left side of the graphic, and then you move across the spectrum to efforts to end homelessness, to public housing, affordable rentals, affordable home ownership. All these are part of a really big and really complex continuum that nearly every city in the country is dealing with in some form or fashion. So we just share this to try and ground everybody in cities. Maybe you can see the area of housing that you are most interested in somewhere on this graphic. Michelle Kennedy will jump in and sort of tee up the issue for us here in a moment, and then we have a really dynamic panel of professionals from all over the country to lead us into the Q&A part. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm doing this. The short version of this. So the first couple slides are really just kind of to take us through just a quick recap, and I cannot have trouble with my pointer. So the first one, just a recap of the 4 primary housing GSO goals, council priorities, and the GSO 2040 goals that we discussed at the council work session a couple weeks ago. And this is in your material, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. And as we discussed in that work session, we had some categories of what was coming next. The conversation around developing capacity of collaborative partners, the increase in county focus on service delivery, PSH, the 2025-2029 consolidated plan, the planned development of city-owned properties, and micro-housing units and ADUs, or accessory dwelling units. So moving from our recap of the council work session, we get right into kind of where we are. So the first place really we have right now that is really pretty exciting in the grant opportunities section is really pathways to removing obstacles to housing, so the pro-housing grant. And what that opens up is a potential doorway for us to really start to break down the barriers between zoning and development and try to get to a more streamlined approach, a more inclusive approach. So we're working heavily with the planning department, and I spoke with Sue earlier this week. We anticipate to hear back related to that grant any time now. So we'll be coming back to you all as we know the results of our application for that. And then the next kind of critical area that we're working on in the grants category is around choice neighborhoods. And that's really about Smith Homes and area neighborhoods. And the important thing to know about that is it's a joint grant application between us and the Greensboro Housing Authority with the potential for up to about $50 million worth of investment. And what makes it really special is it's not just a focus on the development itself, but it's a focus on the people and the economic conditions in that immediate area. So what that provides are some really interesting opportunities that are really different from kind of historically what was available for grants of that size. And then Cindy and I were discussing when we came in, we're almost positive that we may be the only municipality that is on our 7th invitation for a lead safe housing grant. That program has been really robust for us as a city. It's done a lot to stabilize housing, particularly in low investment areas. And for anybody that doesn't know, what that really is about is really educational outcomes for kids, development issues for kids. It's protecting the next generation of Greensboro residents from dangers of lead safe housing. So to get kind of into the meat of what we're doing from an interdepartmental standpoint, it's kind of a laundry list of all of the things that we have on the table right now. And you'll hear some more details about these from other departments as your retreat goes along. But we're working on the North Buffalo Creek Trail connection,
In the Mill District with Parks and Rec, looking at Old Tech Park and the Glenwood neighborhood. MWBE, we're working on a minority contractor certification program to try to ensure that more opportunities are available to minority contractors in our community. And Section 3 plan is one I wanted to touch on, just in case anybody wasn't super familiar with that. So what that really is about is increasing the participation not only of businesses, but of low-income residents in participation. It's about ways to try to create more opportunities for both low-income individuals and businesses that are hiring those individuals in our community. So we're excited about that one. You all are familiar with the redevelopment site for Smith Homes. We're working with Creative Greensboro on the reinvestment area, sections that we work in, and creative arts programs in those areas. And then for planning, we're working through conversations around city land disposition. What do we do with all the properties that the city owns? What's the plan for those? How do we get those back into the market and get those moving? For zoning and development improvements that would help streamline the processes for developers, that would help cut down barriers, as we discussed before. And then we're looking at a neighborhood reinvestment historic survey, which gives us just a better landscape of really what we have in the pipeline in those areas. Interlocal partnerships is really, whether you're talking about economic development, you're talking about housing, interlocal partnerships are critical, right? For us, as it relates to homelessness, probably the most important one is related to the continuum of care and what ultimately ends up being the division between city and county responsibilities. This is a conversation we've been having for a really long time. We're in the process of trying to hammer that out and make some final determinations around that. The other pieces that we're looking at are related really to the tax department. We're talking about, when you look at tax foreclosures and the tax foreclosure status of a lot of properties that we have money in, there's a substantial amount of funding there, potential funding there. We need to be working with the tax department, trying to strategize on the best ways to move those properties through the process and get them back into the market for affordable housing. And then the low-income housing program, and we can talk about that a little bit more deeply in a few minutes, but that is the tax program that you all may remember that we rolled out last year. And the total direct assistance last year that went out in that program was $38,800. And we're at a point with that program where we need to decide, are we going to really expand it and make it a larger, more robust program, or are we going to acknowledge it as a pilot, maybe it didn't work out the way we had hoped for, and move on? We'll talk about that in more detail. Familiar with permanent supportive housing, we had that conversation at the work session at the last city council meeting, and you'll have a follow-up conversation about that at the February 20th council meeting. And then we're really in a moment of tenant-based rental assistance where we're sorting through the possibilities that are available to us there. For every area of housing on that continuum that you looked at earlier, tenant-based rental assistance is critical. It's a preventative measure to keep people from falling into homelessness. It prevents eviction. It helps ensure that folks who are occupying affordable housing are able to stay in that affordable housing. And so the determinations that we're making now and that we will make around tenant-based rental assistance will be really critical for those at the lowest level of our income spectrum. The rest of our community partnerships, and some I'll just touch on briefly. Many of you are aware of the Interfaith Affordable Housing Initiative. It's a group of congregations and faith communities that are coming together around the topic of affordable housing. And we've started working with them really closely to try to narrow their scope. Because what we know is you can't take on every aspect of housing at one time. And a group like that can't take on the entirety of that at one time. So they've identified some target parts of the housing continuum that they're particularly interested in. We're going through a process of mapping either assets that congregations or faith communities own. We're looking at funding availability that they may have within their congregation and trying to really come up with a strategic plan around that. We're in the design phase of the Glenwood Neighborhood Hub.
Before you move on, the Interfaith Affordable Housing Initiative, I'd like to list actually what institutions are involved in that. But years ago, a lot of churches opened their doors up and hosted families. And I know that some of them, the families would move from church to church, but there doesn't seem to be much, the churches are interested in affordable housing, but could they be interested in actually helping us with some shelter space?
Yeah, and I think that's a really valid point of the conversation. What we're hoping to do in the spring, have a large gathering of all the congregations that are either already part of this initiative or want to learn more about it with our staff to lay out the entire landscape of what's possible and what they might be able to bring to the table. And that would include things like that, beyond just money or a building, direct services, any of those types of things. So all of those are on the table. And you're right, there was a time that we had a really robust circuit of that. And I think the combination of services in the community and then COVID really gave a hit to that. So we're at a point of reimagining it, and it'll be part of that conversation in the spring. We'll get that information to you all as that event starts to develop.
And that would be helpful. We talk a lot about families or mothers with children, and that was one thing that the churches helped us with.
Yeah.
It's definitely families and keeping families together. And I don't know if it was called the We Shelter or if
It was the We Shelter for years and years. It was run through partnership with Greensboro Urban Ministry. For many of those congregations, their congregation started to change, and they may have lost interest. And then COVID happened, and they really just weren't able to do it. And it hasn't come back around from that, so that is part of that conversation.
Thank you.
Maybe I can quickly add to that. I think Michelle and I have met with them. There are now about 9 or 10 right churches. And they've talked about what Rachel mentioned earlier in terms of some churches that are no longer operating and we're beginning to offer their facility as opportunities for housing, including land or acreage. We haven't brought it up to you because we really still need to fine-tune this because these are their properties and we just want to make sure we're in the right place before we can bring that forward.
That's exactly right. It's an entire asset mapping of what the faith community has to offer, which is what we're doing right now. And then from there, I think we can go through what makes the most sense. Are there, for example, Sunday school classrooms that can be revisioned and repurposed? And so we hope to get to that relatively quickly. But they're very interested in this. There are a really wide variety of representatives from the faith community involved, and they're actively recruiting other members. We're in the design phase of the Glenwood Neighborhood Hub, and that's a good example of the faith community stepping up to provide that, to give an asset to that community. And so that's part of that conversation as well. So we hope to have some design schemes for you all relatively soon so you can take a look at what that's going to become. There have been 2 community meetings in Glenwood related to it. The community has given a lot of input. There's some interesting things that were born from that. Shared use community kitchen, some things like that are real benefits for people that are doing things like micro enterprises out of their home. A kitchen space where they could do that meets health and safety standards. So we're really looking at a community approach to that. We will this year be repositioning our homebuyer RFP, and at the end of this, you'll have a panel discussion really around homebuyer assistance. And the goal for us going into next fiscal year is to really try to make our jail payment assistance and our homebuyer RFP as robust as it can be. We want to reach as many people in the city as we can through those programs, and you all will have some opportunities to hear from both our local and across the United States experts in this field as you all try to make some decisions around that. Community Land Trust is moving forward. We have an advisory board that has now been formed. They are going through currently in the process of defining the bylaws for what will ultimately become the initial phase of the Community Land Trust. We'll be keeping you all updated as that goes along. Our repair program has become really robust as we've gotten that started. We have PTRC at the table, we have Duke Energy at the table, our lead program is at the table. The median household income for that program is about $22,647. So that means it's reaching the people that we wanted it to reach the most. The average age of the head of households for that repair program is 65 years old. So you think seniors, you think low income, this program, even in the early stages that we're in now, is really starting to make an impact as it relates to really serving that community to stabilize that housing stock. Most of the houses in that program are about 51 years old, and 83% of those homes or those households have a female head of household. So when you look at who really needs these programs, our repair program is really touching those the best it can. At your next council meeting, you'll hear from us about micro-housing units. We heard loud and clear from you all about a year ago They were interested in taking a look at micro-housing units. Planning department is doing a lot of work around accessory dwelling units. We have a pilot that we will be bringing to you at the next council meeting around a micro-housing development that we think is an interesting option, really targeted to single parents and children. So more to come on that at the next council meeting. The points of consideration that we really are at with you all are really these. We're at a place that you all as a council can decide the direction you want to take in these three areas really more than anything else. And the number one one I think really is, how do we support private market development? And that's going to be really critical for us to move forward and for us to get off the ground what we need to get off the ground. There are real options in that. How do we expedite zoning and increase barriers to zoning? How do we provide infrastructure support where there's a public purpose attached? There's clear legislative authority around that. The determination on how you all want to use that is really before you to really make that a more streamlined process. Do we want to consider whether application fees for these developments are able to be reimbursed in certain instances? And what does that look like? And then how do we leverage publicly owned lands? What do we do with all the properties that the city owns, that we hold, that may not be perfect for this, but they could work really well for that, really taking a look at that landscape and looking at the disposition of that. The other piece that's really in front of you now is what I talked about with our low-income housing homeownership assistance program. We really have two options for that program right now. And I want to say, first of all, when I say there was $38,800 spent, that's a tiny amount of money from a city standpoint. If you're one of the households that got that assistance, it's huge. And so we have to look at that from both sides of the spectrum. But the reality of it is that to administer that program, it costs us as a city about $52,000. So we have to balance, is it worth the investment to continue the program? And staff recommendations are that if we want to continue the low-income homeownership assistance program, the way to do that is through coordination with the Guilford County Tax Department to reach a larger swath of the city. It would go out with the tax mailings to be able to get that information in the hands of the people that need it. And we have a memo that we'll be supplying you all that kind of outlines what staffing would look like for that, the amount of people we anticipate to reach. We believe we could reach 1,000 people for this program in next year if we decide to expand it. And again, that ultimately is a conversation to have with you all to come to a decision point on.
Michelle, what was the average assistance? Do you have or?
It was just under $200. It was $196.
And what is the income?
The average income, I have to look, I'm trying to look at my sheet. It meets the HUD guidelines as it relates to it. I don't know that I really wrote this one, but it's for people at the, I'm trying to find it. I thought it was 40.
Yeah.
40.
With the inflation that we have,
It depends on the size of the household.
with the inflation that we have and various other factors, have done an analysis to determine that if you were to increase that income cap, that how many more could we bring in, and what would it cost us?
We've done some analysis as it relates to what we think the general market is if the criteria stay the same. We can certainly look into that if we wanted to raise that threshold and see what that looks like. So the program last year was 198 designs. And you know, it really comes down to what are we trying to invest here? How many people we're trying to reach? What is the income guideline that we want to look at? For us as a department, you know, the mandates for us really are to keep a focus on 60% area median income and below. Obviously, that is something that council can decide to raise, but that's the general guideline for us.
Michelle, how many households were affected by that?
There were 198 homeowners who received assistance. Average assistance was $196, and the total spend was $38,800. And the total cost expenses to the city were $52,000.
And that's 198 households out of how many households in the city?
You're asking for math. I can't do it.
I'm just thinking that's a very small number.
It's very small.
But I know that our poverty rate is much higher. And so therefore we're probably missing a lot of people who could take it or could and need to take advantage of that.
And that really goes into, if we're going to continue this program, the expansion through the tax department is going to be really critical. Folks don't get the tax bills. We have to look at a marketing strategy that's going to reach as many of those households as it possibly can. And so that partnership will be important if ultimately you all decide you want to expand this program.
And keep in mind, that was the first year.
Yep.
So word was just beginning to get out. And it was a pretty quick turnaround.
It was.
So, I think that could also have had an impact on the number of families that applied. But I agree, putting something in the tax bill would be huge.
Yeah, I think you have to look at it for what it was as a pilot. We had to give it a dry run and see what the response would be before we wanted to launch something that was much larger than that. So we're at a point now that we're at that decision point.
Yeah, but most times when you start something, you need at least 2 or 3 years to gauge participation. So I don't think quitting it after 1 year.
I agree with you. It's a program we need to continue and try to figure out how we expand it.
Absolutely.
So it justifies whatever our
Yeah. And then the last piece, as I was saying, is the expansion of home buyer assistance. And that really goes back again to how do we start to develop the private market financial partnerships that we need to make that more robust? How do we, in a market where, to put it plainly, you've all got printouts of the market analysis, the reality is prices are high, stock is low. So how do we live in this market? How do we exist in this market and make sure that we're providing all the resources we can for our home buyer assistance program to support as many folks in our community as it possibly can? And again, much more robust conversation from folks that are leaders in this field following this discussion. So that's the short version of where we are. I had a couple of points I just wanted to say to you all. I do know that it's hard sometimes sitting in the seat you're in to know if the things you're doing are really making the reach that you want them to reach. And so we have 5 different programs within housing and neighborhood development that at least 6 cities in North Carolina, including some of the largest cities in North Carolina, are directly trying to replicate that you all passed and approved over the last 2 years. So when you talk about what it means to take a leadership role in addressing the continuum of housing, I think you all need to hear that you're doing it. We've had almost 14 cities reach out to replicate pallet shelters. Same thing with our receivership program. To date, our receivership program is successful, and we've never had to take a case to court. It works because the structure of it was built the right way. Same thing with the toolbox trailer, tool living library. That is an amazing program that cities across not just North Carolina but the country are trying to replicate. And then mental health first aid for our code enforcement officers. When you talk about things like neighborhood stabilization and crime rates and things like that, code enforcement officers are front line for that. They are a way to help in the public safety continuum of things. So I just wanted to share with you all that it gets lost I think a lot of times in the shuffle of we did this, but what does it mean? Our phones are ringing regularly with cities trying to replicate what you all have approved and given the authority to do. And on behalf of the folks that those programs serve, we're really grateful for that. So happy to answer questions, but that's the general overview of the moment we're in.
And I would like to add to that, thank you, Michelle, for saying that. I think this council does a lot more than you do in the that other communities really want to see, to learn from what we do. And I think you should take credit for that. The reason we brought panelists from Atlanta and Charlotte is not necessarily to say that they are better than us, but rather how else can we do best what we currently do? And there are other things that we can learn from other communities that can make us better. And so that's really the issue. So thank you for bringing that up, Michelle. I think this council should take credit for a lot of things that we do that we often don't hear about.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Thanks very much, Michelle. We now have a great panel of leaders, as Ty said, from around the country. So why don't I ask them to come join us As everybody's getting seated, I'll ask them to open up by introducing themselves. I can tell you what they can say more precisely about the work. They can talk more precisely about the work they do. And then we had a great prep conversation a couple of days ago where I said, tell me the most exciting thing that you're working on right now and how that fits into the housing continuum. So if I could just ask everybody to take 10 seconds to introduce yourself, tell us what you actually do beyond just your title and your organization, and then we'll open it up. We'll ask everybody these questions. And for members of the council, if you have questions along the way, please raise them. But we really want this conversation to be interactive and your opportunity to hear from folks. So, Julie Porter, why don't you start off?
Sure, I'd love to. Hi, everybody. Excuse me. I'm Julie Porter, I'm president of Green Key Partners. Green Key Partners is a nonprofit organization. We are 35 years old. We've been operating in Charlotte at kind of the behest of a group of civic leaders who were a little bit worried about some of the neighborhoods in Charlotte. There was only one organization, and that was, of course, the Housing Authority, who was building affordable housing in Charlotte, and they thought we needed somebody who was more concentrated on neighborhoods. So we cut our teeth developing affordable housing, single-family rehab. Over time, we have accumulated about 3,000 units, 2,500 of which are in the Charlotte MSA, and then we also build in South Carolina and in Georgia. For this panel, we also have a homeownership center, so we do financial counseling, we do foreclosure assistance and counseling, and then we do homebuyer education. We're a HUD certified counseling agency, and we manage for the City of Charlotte the down payment assistance program. So the City of Charlotte, on an annual basis, provides us with a contract, and we administer that program, and I think we'll probably get into the particulars of it. For the most exciting thing, I think, for Charlotte, because we have such a difficult market in terms of pricing right now, and everybody is having a difficult time attaining housing that is affordable for their incomes, the City of Charlotte increased the down payment assistance from $30,000 to $50,000. It is, I'm sorry, from $30,000 for an additional $50,000 for up to $80,000. And that's targeted for specific areas called the corridors of opportunity in Charlotte, but that encompasses a wide, swath of Charlotte. But it just recognized that with housing costs is what they were, people who were at 80% AMI and under simply could not find housing to purchase. So I think that's one of the most exciting things.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Gene Brown. I'm the president and executive director with Community Housing Solutions. Many of you are familiar with the work that we do. We have two programs. One is we do home repairs for families that can't physically or financially afford to do the work. And it mirrors exactly a lot of what Michelle shared about the demographics that you have had. Most of the folks we serve through our home repair program are elderly or disabled who can't physically or financially afford the work we do. And we do about 150 home repairs a year, investing over about $1.2 million in preserving homes for low-income families in all of Guilford County. And the other program that we do, we're a certified community housing development organization, or CHODO, in both Greensboro and High Point, is we build new homes to provide. So we're both about preservation of homeownership and providing homeownership opportunities. And we build in both Greensboro and High Point. So as an example, in Greensboro, we're just completing our last of our 10 homes that we built after the tornado in 2018, where we were able to acquire lots. And so we're all about helping to do infill of vacant lots or homes vacant within communities and providing that home ownership opportunity. And the most exciting thing that I'm excited about right now is yesterday. I don't know if any of you realize that in February 14th of 2004, we started our first home repair. And the reason why that's important, I'm a math major by trade, but I love history. because we can't forget our roots and how we got started. 2002 Housing Coalition, Housing Summit, Greensboro Housing Coalition, they held a housing summit in 2002, and the community came together and said, we don't have an organization that's doing home repairs for families. We're doing a lot of building. Back then there was a lot of new building going, but there wasn't anyone helping to preserve housing. From that housing summit, the City of Greensboro, the Community Foundation of Greater Greensboro, the Greensboro Housing Coalition, and Habitat for Humanity said, how can we start an organization? And from that community meeting in 2004, we were birthed. Back then we were housing Greensboro and did our first home repair. I was not with the organization, but what a pleasure. I had the opportunity yesterday to meet Angela, who was a single mom with 3 kids, who was single at the time. She's now married and has 5 grandchildren. But to meet her for the first time and talk with her and hear how much that repair meant. Back then we did 3 repairs. But it's a great example of a community partnership and bringing multiple organizations, which we continue to do through volunteer groups and diversified funding sources to be able to be where we are and be able to serve the community.
Well, thank you, Bobby. Let's slip out of town again and have Evans from Atlanta.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. I'm Pat Evans with the Atlanta Housing Authority and was extended the gracious invitation to be a part of your group today, and I thank you for that. What's happening in Atlanta? Well, I am the director of the Home Ownership Program for Atlanta Housing, and since its growth, in fact, I started there as the project manager for a Hope 6 project, and was brought in because of my extensive banking background in residential and commercial lending. And about 4 years after that, they asked me, we want to do home ownership. Could you lead up our home ownership program? And so we've grown the program from being centered on Hope 6 development to a broader reach within the city of Atlanta. And so since the program, I think we've invested over $30 million to first-time home buyers, and we've helped more than 1,900 first-time home buyers within the city of Atlanta. And as my colleagues pointed out, it is done through the partnerships. We have down payment assistance through our funds, but we also leverage the funds from other organizations. So it's important for us to plug in to the Atlanta Habitats, to the Invest Atlanta, to our Land Trust, to our other organizations, because while we're bringing $20,000 or $25,000 to the table for down payment assistance, they too are bringing an equal portion sometimes to the table. We also work with the Atlanta Police Foundation, and we're gearing up a relationship with the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation. So as you journey through this whole homeownership process, it is an integration, a very strong integration of other organizations to support the growth of it. And it is it's very important in terms of the homebuyer education counseling, and I'm a real proponent of that because given our track record thus far, and I know that down payment assistance may have a stigma attached to it. I also know that when you're talking about, people call it affordable housing, I call it sustainable mortgages. But when you're talking about sustainability, you're talking about subsidy. And there needs to be a comfort level where you are with that. So I have, as you can tell, I'm passionate about the program, excited about it. This is my mission and ministry, I'm convinced of, and do it outside of work as well as inside of work. But we're excited at Atlanta Housing because we have such a robust program. We have worked hard to bring lenders on board that understand the program, that are okay with it. And if I was talking to a room full of lenders and I said we had a less than 2% foreclosure rate, they would be excited. but we believe our program performs well because of the home buyer education provided and the financial literacy that our home buyers go through in order to be successful. So we're excited, and we're looking at doing, broadening the program. We're looking at, and Terry Lee, our new president and CEO, said that. She just said, I saw the look on your face when I said that, but I got a plan. So we're going to find out what the plan is, and we're excited about being a part, and we don't profess to have the silver bullet, but we do feel we have some good things we can share.
Well, thank you. It's a really important point, the connection to the lenders. It's one of the themes that we talked about for this strategy session as a whole, is how can we, as a city, more tightly connect with the business community in general. And before we get to Ms. Chris, I would observe that we do have a number of lenders here with us today, and perhaps they can be part of the conversation as we go on. I'm sorry, Ms. Chris.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me here. I'm Sophia Chris, founder and executive director of Housing Consultants Group. We are a HUD-certified nonprofit housing counseling agency. We partner with several organizations in the city, but we are partnered with the City of Greensboro. We are the provider of intake for the down payment assistance in the housing counseling program. What I'm most excited about is two things. This is our 20th year of existence, so I've been doing this for 20 years. I'm also excited about my realtor background. I've been a realtor for 30 years, and I'm most excited about the partnership that we've established with the lender and realtor community. It is essential in making this program work. I'm also excited about the fact that we recognize that everybody that wants to be a homeowner is not ready, so our program specifically meets people where they are at, and we work with them. It's a sequential approach based on where you are. We want you to be financially well. We want you to understand the value of good credit, to understand the value of banking relationships. But we also want you to feel comfortable if you do the work, we can get you on the path to home ownership. We'll be with you every step of the way. We do the classwork that's necessary for home buyer education, but we also do one-on-one housing counseling. And the two things we have been doing lately, because of the housing market, are encouraging two things, which is one, improving credit. There is no credit score that's too high because it gives you access to more loan products, as well as being financially well and making sure that you're making good decisions as a tenant. So as you make that transition from tenant to homeowner, that you have a successful journey. I tell my classes, homeownership, the transition from renting to homeownership is like that first year of marriage. You think you know what you got. You hope you got what you thought you were getting. But it is a transition, and it takes a little bit of work, and you make it a point to stay with them, and then you'll search for it.
And hopefully you literally live happily ever after. How many folks does your organization serve in the homeowner education side?
In the homeowner education side, in 2023, close to 700. It's been higher in years when there's been more inventory, but we serve purely home buyer education, about 660 overall, about 1,200 in the other classes that we provide on the path to home ownership.
I've got a whole series of questions that I could ask them, but I would imagine that members of the city council do as well. So do you want to go first?
So, Sophia, can I ask you, you've been doing the down payment assistance program for many years, of course, with us, and you say you serve the number of people you serve, but do you believe if we increase the down payment assistance that we can even help more, get more people into housing, particularly as it relates to the affordable side of it?
Well, yes, I think it would help, but I think the larger issue is the lack of inventory. Because the classes are full. And so we've had to change our success measures in how we present in grant writing to making folks home ownership ready. I can't guarantee that they're going to be a homeowner if there's no inventory. So I think it would be helpful. One of the other things I want to share is we have really been intentional about changing the perception of down payment assistance. It's not a low-income product. It is a workforce product. It's for teachers and firefighters and police officers and grocery store managers. And so I think the work that we've done and the marketing outreach we've done, and once again, the lender and realtor community has been very helpful in taking away that stigma about what down payment assistance is.
But the one thing I do hear a lot of, and maybe I didn't hear you talk about, but I hear from a lot of builders who say, I would build a house, but I don't know if anybody's out there to buy it. As you know, domestic come to you. How can we bridge that gap? Because I think you're right. There's a perception that because it's down payment assistance, then, oh, these folks can't afford nothing. They just on the lower spectrum.
If you have a builder building a quality product, people will be lined up to buy it. You know, we work with Community Housing Solutions. We list 3 properties on one day. Within 5 to 7 days, we've got multiple offers. There's not enough of Community Housing Solutions out there. I think there's some work to be done in making smaller builders feel comfortable building. And that's something that you all can help with as a city in making the gap financing available to make sure that folks can build, and this is a good product for people to buy.
If I could just add to that too, that in Charlotte, we also have an issue with inventory. We finally got so frustrated with it that we bought a portfolio of investor-owned homes that, you know, during the pandemic especially, and before it, almost any house that came on the market that was $350,000 or under was picked up for cash by an investor. So as the investors are looking at those portfolios and selling pieces of them off, right now, just up here, I got a call from an investor that has 70 houses that they would like to sell to us. They're all in really key areas of the city that are gentrifying. And if I can flip those into home ownership, it's huge. But of course, we're talking about 70 homes, so you're talking about a $15 million purchase. So it's kind of difficult, but we also decided to just go ahead and start building in the 300,000 price range and under, because there was very few that are building in that price range. So we have about 100 under development right now that are all going to be affordable for people who are 80% AMI and under. The other thing that we did is we partnered with a builder, True Homes, they're a community member, and they believe in affordable housing. And so in their new subdivisions, they are reserving a percentage of their lots for affordable housing. And for those, they've got a contract with Green Key where we're doing the housing counseling for them. We're combining the House Charlotte program, which is the down payment assistance program, and they are providing an additional $10,000 in down payment assistance. So sometimes if you can get the private market, kind of interested and bought into the work, you can actually come up with some pretty innovative ways, I think, to increase inventory.
When you say that these developers are setting aside a certain number of houses for this reason, it's always dangerous to ask a question when you don't know the already know the answer. I know. What does setting them aside mean? And by that I mean, are you talking about one corner of the neighborhood? Are you talking about what is the quality of the housing stock?
Yeah, he's very careful that you're not talking about a different housing type or concentrated in an area that are spread throughout his subdivisions. We're doing 3 subdivisions right now. One of them is townhome, one of them is single family, and they are sprinkled throughout. Now, the level of finishes, I would say, maybe like 1 under. They're probably builder's grade as opposed to maybe his product that's going for $400,000 next door. But if you're a home buyer and you're buying into that, the market is incredible. He has not had any issues at all selling those houses.
First of all, Jean, congratulations on your 20th anniversary. It's awesome. Next, I know that Sophia and Julie may have already touched on this, but what are the obstacles that you see for the future success of your organizations, and how can the city help you out with those?
And you mean specifically you in terms of new construction and home buying, or repairs, or
whatever you're seeing as the boots on the ground, we're council and we're looking at macro, you're looking at micro. What are you seeing that we might not see? There are obstacles that we can help you with.
Yeah.
Let me just say for the people on the panel who don't know you, he was the executive director of the Greensboro Housing Coalition. So he is well invested in this conversation, as are the rest of us, but that is his profession.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think since I heard comments around Sharon's questions about home buyers and the challenges, I'd like to give two thoughts on the home buyer challenges that are unique to low-income neighborhoods. I don't know if you've ever bought a home in a low-income neighborhood. I have. And when I went to buy there, I used to live in northwest Greensboro. I now live in the Glenwood neighborhood. When you are buying in a predominantly low-income neighborhood, you have more competition that are not single-family home buyers. And I actually made offers on homes and lost them because investors were buying them and they could close in a week. So please realize in the neighborhoods that we're really trying to strengthen and make safer and promote home ownership, it's a lot more challenging to buy it. And the reason why I share this, it's important that the city participates to be able to earmark certain properties for folks that are low income, that are working class, and that can buy home ownership in neighborhoods of that. In Glenwood, we're actually competing now with corporations for Airbnbs. I never thought I would hear that. But the locations of the Coliseum, our neighborhoods are like, why are there so many Airbnbs? So, and I know that doesn't have to be just those neighborhoods, but I just share that number one, that home buyers have that challenge when you're buying in a lower income neighborhood, different than if you're buying somewhere else. From, Sharon, you made a comment from a developer perspective. Or when I say developer, the person that's building the homes. And I never thought I would be saying this. 17 years ago in the foreclosure, we were rehabbing foreclosed homes. And then we were, as a Chodo, and we were selling the homes $70,000, $80,000, $90,000. And pre-COVID, we were selling homes $140,000, $150,000. These were to qualified low-income homeowners, and then getting gap assistance through home funding through the City of Greensboro or the City of High Point. COVID hit, prices went skyrocketed, interest rates went down, and now wages are starting to increase overall. But I never thought I would say this, but we are selling homes for $190,000 to $200,000 to qualified low-income home buyers. And the challenge is, from a building perspective, for us to build a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,300 to 1,500 square foot home that's certified by Advanced Energy as systems vision, which means it's energy efficient. Because the last thing I want to do is put someone with not as much disposable income in a home that they can't afford because utility costs are through the roof. And so with a good energy efficient home, we can't build it for lower than $250,000. And realize that in these neighborhoods, the lower income neighborhoods, they have higher rates of crime, prostitution, and drugs. The reality. And because of that, a builder is not going to build in a low income neighborhood because they can't recoup their costs. It's costing us $250,000 to buy a home. And so the home buyer assistance, in terms of the down payment assistance, is very critical. And we actually leverage other NCHFA programs as a community partner loan program that we can actually bring additional down payment assistance. But there is a gap. And this is where I would say that this is where, and we've had partnerships with both cities, as a builder, we have a gap in the ability to fund that cost. And so, on average, it's anywhere between $30,000 to $50,000 per home. But what you're doing is you're providing wealth and asset. Typically, for the folks we're selling to, they're first-time home buyers. They have tiers. They never thought they could buy a home. Also realize that rental rates are much higher. Most homeowners that we are selling to, they're coming out of a rental situation where they're either saving or it's the same price. And they just never thought they could buy a home. And so that's one key point. The other thing, that our model has changed. We had a general contractor on staff, Jim Stanhope, some of you may have known. He retired from our organization, and I faced a challenge as a business owner. We're a nonprofit, but as a business, 2.5 years ago, he retired. And so I'm kind of like, okay, can I afford to hire a general contractor when the market's through the roof? And I'll be honest, not every builder wants to build $250,000 houses. The margin is less. Let's be real. If you're selling $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 homes, that builder's going to have. How can I find a good general contractor and hire on staff? I couldn't afford to do that. And so we were building about 3 to 4 homes a year. And so I looked at a different model, and I started contacting and talking with general contractors. And so I now have 2 relationships with general contractors that are building homes. We built 10 homes last year. We're on track to build 10 more. It's not a huge number, but what I've realized is we have scalability now. Because the biggest challenge for a builder, and I understand why we do MWBE in Section 3, the Michelle track, most builders, they know how to build. They don't want to keep track of all of the compliance, which I understand why there's that compliance. So it's finding organizations that can do the compliance and can receive the funding from the city and then leverage private relationships with builders. And that will have a big opportunity to be able to, and I'm not saying it's just, we have to leverage, there's a number of builders. East Greensboro Now, Black Land Development, Habitat, that are chodos here in, or builders. And so how do we do that to make it so it's scalable and cover that gap so we can hit more homes for home ownership?
Hey, Grant, if I might add 2 things. First of all, Jane touched on something about the amount of rent that people pay. I have people constantly asking me, is it a good time to buy? And my first question is, what are you paying for rent? It's absolutely a good time to buy because your mortgage is probably going to be less. And one of the things that we're very intentional about when we do the one-on-one housing counseling that's required by the down payment assistance program is I ask each person, what is your rent and what's your mortgage going to be? And there's usually a significant difference. And I say, that's now your emergency fund. The same behavior you exhibited to get in the home, we need to continue that because life happens. We had a tornado touchdown here in 2018. In 3 minutes, a whole bunch of people's lives changed. 1,000 people. A significant number of them were renters. So we continue to make sure that we create sustainable homeowners by making ourselves available and having that conversation up front. You now have an emergency fund account, but something's going to happen. We want to make sure that you don't come back to us in foreclosure because you didn't plan. The second thing is, and this is a request of council, one thing you can do, there was a bill in the state legislature this year that kind of stalled because it closed out. But there's some attention being given to investors and cutting the capital gains that they may have to pay if they sell the property to an owner-occupant. It's stalled. If you have any contact at the state level, if we could get that back on the table, that might free up some inventory of existing homes. And then lastly, the new construction is crucial. The incentive for smaller builders like Gene and to continue to do the work and be able to get that gap financing. Because the bottom line is the inventory is not going to change because there are a lot of people just like me who need to move. I have more house than I need, but where am I going? All my friends are saying the same thing. We don't need this house. We'd love to give it to a family, but where are we going to go? So the intention is to continue to be on that gap financing for smaller builders to put some more inventory on the market.
But see, the problem with that, Sophia, is that the gap funding is not for the smaller guy. It's unfortunate. And that's the one thing they keep asking for. How do we get some of that gap funding to do, as Jane said, to build that $250,000 so it keeps it affordable? And that's the part we got to start looking at. And most of our smaller builders are for profit. They're not nonprofits. So the gap funding is set up only for nonprofit. We've got to look beyond that to be more inclusive because there are multiple small builders. And we just had a couple sessions, Sophia, you were there, and you saw the people that turned out, and they were all in WBs. But they said, I want to build in the community I reside in and live in and grew up in, but where are the resources to help me? If I build a $250,000 home, but sell it for $199, I've had a loss. And I'm a business as well. So we can't keep saying we want to make business easier for people when we're not correcting the issues that we have. And that's one of them that we do have.
One thing I would say, you know, the city of Charlotte, have you heard of the housing trust fund that we have? So basically every 2 years the city passes a bond, $50 million that goes toward affordable housing. one of the things that is eligible for is gap financing for single-family home ownership. So it is a lot less cumbersome because it's not HUD funding, it's not federal funding, so we don't have the exact same parameters that we take CDBG, we will take Housing Trust Fund, we will take whatever we can to get the gap down from the price of the house to construct the house to what it sells for. But if you have at least one flexible fund that isn't necessarily federal funding, that can help just a general contractor actually apply for funding. And so the City of Charlotte has issued RFPs for Housing Trust Fund so that anybody can apply. It's not just nonprofit organizations. So if there's a builder out there that wants to, build 10 homes in a certain subdivision, they could actually apply.
Right.
But you have to have that less restricted funds, because otherwise you're dealing with a lot of paperwork that they don't want to deal with.
Is total money, is total money not restricted?
CHOTO money is usually federal funding. Almost always.
I have a question for Julie and Patricia. Jean mentioned investors, and that really is a big problem in the city of Greensboro. Has Charlotte or Atlanta done anything to address the issue of non-owner-occupied housing?
You want to start?
I think the short answer is no. I'm not sure how that's preventable because it is a free market of buying and selling. In terms of looking at, there was a huge influx of, like other cities experience with investor purchases. Our home buyers couldn't put a contract on a house and it would be gone and so forth. So in terms of any type of internal policy to be preventive of that kind of action, no, presently. But how we looked at countering it in terms of our home buyers was to build a stronger partnerships to leverage the affordability for the buyer at the end of the day. And one of the things that we realize, and I'm sure everybody in this room realizes, is that the cost to build is the cost to build. We were impacted by that through COVID, through the supply chain, through all of that. And we saw the housing crisis. In addition to competing with the investors that were snapping up the houses, we were also competing with the increase in the cost to build. And so we started kind of looking at it, okay, it costs $250,000 to build a house. How do we still get our families into them? How do we look at the resources or leverage the resources that are available to get the families into them? And so that's kind of the pivot we had to do to address our issue.
This is a difficult conversation in North Carolina because there's just no laws against it. There's nothing that is even pending that would really help with us with that issue. And we are still seeing it. We're still seeing investors with interest rates as high as they are. We don't see them as much, but they are still a factor in our market. I have seen HOAs actually address the issue by saying if you sell your house, it can't be rented for like 12 months, which does disincent an investor from buying in that particular subdivision. But again, I don't know how enforceable that is for an HOA to actually pass that in their bylaws, but it's, we actually put it in our bylaws, in our subdivisions, saying you can't sell it to an investor. But I'm not sure how enforceable they are.
I guess, and as a follow-up to that, and I think it's going to be the same answer, rising rent rates, there's really nothing that we can do. I'm just wondering if another city or another state has had any luck with getting a handle on the way that the rents are just going through the roof. You know, for people who are currently living in a unit and they get a notice that it's going to go up $200 and sometimes 50% more. I know that, I don't believe that North Carolina will give any recourse. I don't know if Atlanta does, or maybe Charlotte's doing something.
Unfortunately, we don't have rent control. I mean, but no, it's we try to pay close attention to our families that are being impacted by that with the rising cost of rents, and of course for Section 8 families or housing choice voucher families, the subsidy for rental is in correlation to their incomes. On the home ownership side, there is no such aim. So.
I am going to talk about just a new model in Charlotte, and Taiwo, I think you may be familiar with it. We have one for-profit organization that has an affordable housing part, I would say, and so they have been buying naturally occurring affordable housing, apartment buildings that are in that 700 to 1,000 rent range. And they have been applying for City of Charlotte Housing Trust Funds. The county has actually agreed to rebate them back property tax over time that they are using to keep the rents stable. In return, they are also providing a certain number, like 20% of those units for 30% AMI and a certain number for 60% AMI. So they're receiving a lot of subsidy. And they were able to do this because the investors in Charlotte, which is basically banks and private individuals of high wealth, have invested in his company to actually acquire this naturally occurring affordable housing. Charlotte lost almost 50% of its housing stock of multifamily that was affordable or naturally occurring affordable to investors over the last 10 years. So we were seeing inventory just completely disappear. I'm still worried. I mean, I don't think we can buy fast enough. And I'm not really sure what's going to happen if our cities just become investor-owned as opposed to homeownership. It's really worrisome. For somebody who's been in the industry a long time, I've never seen anything like this.
Are you talking about Mark Etheridge?
Yes.
So you know about, so we need to hear about it.
I'm sure Mark would come down and talk to you.
Yes, I did talk to Mark Etheridge. I think he's a partner with a former.
He's brilliant.
Yeah.
You know, he's with Ascent Housing. It's a for-profit, investment company in real estate. But he has built a portfolio now probably of about 1,500 units that is just naturally occurring and affordable.
Yeah, I would like to learn more about that. I'd also like the idea of maybe working with the county to see if there could be a property tax deferral for keeping the rents down. I think that would be a good conversation. If we learn more to approach the county to see if they would partner. I like that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to hear more about that too.
Me too. Question for Jean. You talk about how a house that was costing $125 maybe is now up to $250, whatever. How much of those costs are related to city-related fees, to tapping water, to the time lag and financing costs, the cost of money? How much of that, because that's something that I think we can work on. of, in terms, we can't control the lumber or the steel or the roof shingles or sheetrock, but are there pieces and how much is there money there that's gone way up or changed to impact that cost?
I don't know that the costs have necessarily gone up as much as materials, subcontractor, and labor costs.
Right.
But you're looking at permit fees of maybe $1,000 to $2,000, small amount. I don't specifically measure because there's certain compliance with our contracts with the City of Greensboro. There's certain things we have to track, and so I don't know that I have an exact measurement of what that takes from our staff to be able to do that. But and then hookup fees. I mean, maybe in total we might be talking maybe $10,000. With all of that. The one thing though that did come to mind, which is the difference between the way the City of Greensboro operates versus the City of High Point. And I apologize if I used the wrong term. I think it's the Greensboro Development Partnership that owns land.
Yeah,
the city, did I say that right? Okay, good.
Yeah, Greensboro Housing.
Right. So we work, it's been a number of years since I've been to their meetings, but we were working in the old Asheville neighborhood years ago. And we were building homes. That was an area we had some contracts. And we had to pay for the land. We had to purchase the land from the Greensboro Development Partnership. And that continues now with tornadoes or with other properties we're actually having to purchase them. In High Point, when they take ownership of a property, and I don't know all the legal parameters of how they do this, they transfer the land to us. So they quit claim the deed to us, and they say as long as you build it and sell it to a low-income homeowner, then we're not going to charge you anything. The reason why I share that is kind of funny. Years ago, you may remember Stan Wilson. I don't know if anyone knew Mike McNair. They both, obviously Stan's no longer here. Mike, they would talk a lot because they knew each other. And this was like 5 or 8 years ago. And I got a call from Stan. Why does it cost more to build a home in Greensboro than High Point? And I said, well, if you give me the land, and you don't, they also fund our work versus me having to take out a loan. We have loans with self-help and with First Bank for Greensboro homes. And so we talked about those types of costs, but that would be, I'm not saying for Greensboro to start, but if you had some way that you could transfer land that you already, or the Greensboro Development Partnership owns, or come apart if you have to take a property and demolish a property, something like that. That's one way to lower that $250 when you think about the land acquisition costs.
And if I might add, because we work on the listing side, the other way to ensure that it stays owner-occupant is to, when you sell it, to give special warranty deed. Not general warranty deed. Special warranty deed means you buy this house for a 15-year period, it has to stay owner-occupied and affordable. And that way you have the length of time you can keep it in the hands of the homeowner by the type of deed that you use with your transferring property.
So Ty, I know that you and I have had this discussion, and I know that I've spoken to Sue Schwartz about it, but we've heard from builders and some elected officials further up, like Senator Bud, about how local regulations add so much to a house build. I would really, and I've asked for it before, but I really would like to know what our regulations cost to build a house, whether it's fees like Tammy had mentioned. What are our regulations that add to it? If there are any county adders, and what does the state require? I would like to get a better feeling on what we cost a developer when it comes to building a house. And last year we talked about housing as economic development. And if we have costs that we could defray, especially when it comes to lower income housing, I think that would be very helpful.
I wonder if something, Jean, do you think maybe you can react to that as a developer? I don't know, in terms of what that cost does to your building?
Yeah, that's why I was kind of rough. I was ballparking it. I'd have to do some more analysis. We don't detail exactly how much time we're doing in terms of procurement for MWBE. subcontractors or Section 3 reporting, that kind of stuff. I'd have to dig into that to really give you an accurate number, but when I was thinking of building permit fees and different things like that, that's why I was saying maybe it's $10,000. But I'd have to spend more time.
I can kind of speak to a little bit, like with tap-in fees, they usually run about $9,000. And so recently what we've been doing among the GHD, if it's our property, we don't have to charge it. We go on and do the tap-in. So you take away that cost. Because I have heard bill sharing.
What fee are you saying?
That's the tap-in fee.
Oh, yeah,
Water
water tap.
and that cost is around $9,000.
What did you do, say?
Our property, so redevelopment, city-owned property. So we can do away with that cost, just put it in ourselves. And we've done that. If you see the houses that are coming up on English Street there, that was one of the ways that he said that would help him make the house, continue to keep the house affordable. As to charging for land on GHDP side, one of the things we looked at, well, I hear you talk about giving the land, that's great, but we want to maintain some value there by having appraisal of land, making sure, because land factors heavily into, I know, the cost of building. Yes, it does. And so, but we have reduced even the cost there. I think you got some lots a few years ago, I think for very minimum.
Yes,
Small
about
amount.
$7,500 to $10,000, yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like that, and we've gone lower than that, just so you know. Just tell you, we can talk later. But I think, yeah, we have to be open to being more creative in that regard. I've heard about High Point, I've heard about Reedsville. Reedsville does it too, to donate the land. So the house, because I have an MWB, he's building in Reedsville, because you can't really build here cost effective. Okay. So I think we're open to that. But I would like to ask a question later on the end, because you talked about buying up a portfolio of investment homes. How do you go about, I mean, I know it's probably a long drawn, so I don't want all that, but I'm just interested in knowing that, because I think that's a tool we're not using either. And I think the problem is we don't want to pay for those properties either. We want, if we do try to buy one, we want to buy it for dirt cheap. And we're not going to get that. So
yeah, we were really fortunate. We have a strong partnership with the city of Charlotte. They decided to put $1.6 million toward the purchase of 30 homes. It was Community Development for Lot Grant Funding, CDBG, which has a lot of intricacies, especially for single-family homes, because you have to do a HUD environmental assessment on every single house. I happen to have a patient investor who had a DEI bent and really wanted it to go to a nonprofit to turn them back into homeownership, so they were patient. And so the city subsidized the $1.6 million, and then those customers who purchase at 80% AMI and under, they're eligible for down payment assistance from the city of Charlotte of up to $30,000. Then we are also administer the state's program, so they can get another $50,000 or 20% of the down payment. Right now, during this special period of time, they might get an additional amount of $50,000. So it definitely puts a very affordable product out there on the market. At the same time, you're still talking about a purchase price on those houses on average of about $280,000. So I absolutely had to bring those prices down through all of those different methods, so that Greenfield, we could, the city did not allow us any fee on it, which was fine because we considered it our mission. And this is something we really feel strongly about. I talked to you about this new portfolio, and they're gonna see if they can dig up some money on this one. So I think it just depends on your priorities, you know. Is it important enough that you have a city that is owner occupied as opposed to renter? And if it is, then you've got to start thinking about these types of things. How are we going to get them out of the hands of the investors? There's going to come a time when they want to sell those things. How are we going to do it? If you've got a $15 million purchase, we're going to talk about overhead costs of interest and loan fees and those kinds of things. It adds up. But you know what? If you're determined to do it, you can do it. And for us, as an organization, we were determined to do it. To at least provide at least one example of what could be done. What could be done.
And you said you've got an opportunity now to purchase, what, 70, of 70 investor-owned portfolio of 70.
Now, I did talk to the city yesterday, and they said, we may do it, but we're not going to use Fed funds. Because it does add a lot.
And the price is 15 million.
The price is what, 15 million for the portfolio.
It's a really great thing that you point out, Julie, what type of community do we want to live in? Could I ask a question? And I actually don't know who to ask it to. But two of the largest employers in Greensboro and Guilford are Cone Health and the Greensboro school system. So teachers.
Every county school system.
I'm sorry, what did I say? That's what I meant to say.
That's all right. We used to be there.
How many of them can afford to buy a house that costs $350,000?
Very few. Very few. And these are the very people that take care of us and take care of our children. With those being the two largest employers, and City Manager and I had some discussion about this, if you get some private buy-in from the two largest employers, that would be huge because people who own homes go to work. They show up to work, they have a responsibility. They have better educated children. So there's enough research around talking to the two largest employers, Guilford County Schools and Cone Health, about the value of putting some money into home ownership for their employees.
Let me just say, the city did put money into home ownership for teachers.
Yes. Right.
That when we did the Community Heroes, the city stepped up and we said that we would fund up to $25,000 depending on where they purchased, as long as they lived in the city of Greensboro. But we extended that program to school teachers in the county. I don't know that we've gotten feedback on how many teachers have actually been able to capitalize on that, but my hope is that we could then go to the county and say, please partner with us on this program, either to attract more buyers or to increase the amount of money that we could fund.
Love the school system too, because they're the ones that
I don't mean to change the subject, but I have yet another question. When we look at rehabbing houses that are not viable as they are, and I'm thinking in particular of a recent example in my district in the Adams Farm area, where once a house has gone through and we've put liens on it because we've had to clean it up or maintain it or whatever, is there room for us to have a program where if whoever takes ownership of that house signs an agreement to only sell to an owner-occupied, is there the ability for us to forego the liens that the city has on the property? In this house in particular, we've got $8,800 worth of liens on this property, but they are doing us a huge favor in taking ownership of this house, cleaning it up. It was transferred via quitclaim deed, which I understand has legal issues and things associated with that. But I'd be interested in looking at when someone comes in and buys some of these houses that we have big liens on, is there a way for us to forego those liens? Because what this owner's been told is once the lien's on their house, there's really nothing we can do from the city standpoint. So could there be something that we could do from the city's standpoint, if we wanted to, that would make that house more affordable and forces it to stay as owner occupied rather than selling to some company that comes in to buy it? And we don't have to go through that right now.
You absolutely could. You know, you could definitely do. I don't think that there's any reason why you wouldn't be able to unless there's something in the city bylaws. And it's your money. You know, what I always tell the city, it's your money. If you want that house to stay home, you know, owner occupied, say, hey, to whoever the nonprofit is, you have to sell this to somebody who's at 80% AMI and under in order for us to remove those liens.
Yeah, I think that's good, and again, I think it's looking at housing as economic development. So I think it's a good idea and it's something that we should pursue.
If I can jump in, I think Stan kind of said that in his opening remarks this morning about looking at creating policy that eliminates the status quo in order for us to grow and to grow as a city. But I don't know if I wanted to circle back on the question about the school teachers and the down payment assistance and leveraging funds. And I don't know if the young man has my visual there, but I wanted to share with the group. There were a couple of things I wanted to share with regards to some of the things we had to step out of our comfort level about in terms of our down payment assistance program. Some of the things that we had to look at with regards to as we move forward, do we want to do it this way, do we want to do it that way? But it's the slide with the, it's that one. Go back just for a second on the puzzle. One of the first approaches we took was that we realized we had to integrate in every way with everyone. Not only lenders, we needed to understand the primary underwriting guidelines. We needed to understand what was happening with our state. We needed to understand where the loan interest rates were. So we began the journey for this CPA program, and that is that. And the next slide is the one that I really wanted to share with. Oh, that's just the, I think that's where we are as of December 31. Because we're at the same, and as everyone is talking, I think we kind of align the same in terms of 80% of AMI, the down payment assistance we offer. We just increased our maximum sales price to $375, but however, in Metro Atlanta, I think it's 4 something over there. Even HUD's maximum sales price, maximum income is different. And one of the keys is that we do layer our down payment assistance, and this is the slide. The next slide is the one that, we closed, and I only show the last 5 years because that's where we really picked up momentum. Prior to that, you just kind of trudge along here, and you get there. And so, and we look at our projections in terms of what have we done for the average DPA over the years. But the next slide is the one where we leverage. And when we talk about the teachers, when we talk about firefighters, we could not do this program without having other down payment assistance in to the desk. And I think early on I talked about not affordable housing, but sustainable mortgages. And that's for our workforce population because, as Sophia pointed out, it is our teachers, factory workers, and firefighters. And so, in terms of developing the other DPA investments, it is other local governments, it is the Atlanta Land Bank, and so they also, and we try to align ourselves, and if I can leave you with anything, as you integrate these partnerships, if you can align yourselves where you're not a contradiction of the mission. And that's what we work to do every day with the city, with the county, with our vendors, and our vendors are huge partners. We have over 40 vendors there. And I say vendors, but we have 80 loan officers that believe in the mission. And so there are internal advocates. So I just wanted to say the leveraging, don't minimize it, don't eliminate it, how you can bring that together to work in harmony is going to be critical to the teachers and the Bennett College administrative assistant or whatever it is. And that's, I did want to share some visuals with you guys. And thank you.
Could I ask you a question, to make sure I'm reading this right? It looks like from 21 to 23, the number of closings actually went down. Is that because the price went up, or is it because the inventory is down, or is it all that?
I can answer that. I can answer that, and it was a combination. It was a combination of both, because our down payment assistance or our secondary lending ebbs and flows with the primary market. So the primary market is doing well, we're doing well. And when in 2023, what happened was, if you guys remember, the interest rates went up. I think the latter part of the year, in our fiscal year, it's kind of quirky, but it ebbs and flows with the primary market. It ebbs and flows with internal operations capacity, our own capacity. And so that's what you're seeing there. And I think at the very bottom, I think we did over 1,000 for 2021.
So I'll just jump in briefly. I've had an extensive conversation with Sophia on this one, that if we were to expand the down payment assistance program, inventory, of course, is critical, but bringing private partners to the table is also going to be essential. I don't know if you want to speak more to that, but it's not just about providing those dollars to home buyers, but also how do we equip builders to build. But we may need to start talking to, and I don't know if Julie can add to that too, in terms of your banks, your hospitals, and
well, I think that, and Julie's got more experience than we do, so I'm going to be talking to you as well. I mean, the partners exist. There's some financial institutions here today that have the ability to jump in and provide some of that funding with less compliance issues. Because if it's going to benefit them, it's going to benefit homeowners. It's not really a difficult conversation to have. It just needs to be a structured conversation and show the demonstrated success. And the program here over the last 5 years has been extremely successful. With buying from financial institutions and realize what the financial institutions, the larger ones, the Wells Fargo, the Pinnacle, the Bank of America, I think that they would be happy to have a conversation. Then you throw in these two large employers, it could be a huge pot of money if we have an intentional conversation.
Yeah, I think that there's certainly a lot of discussions on this going on in Charlotte right now. And first of all, there is a teacher program that they're working on right now that would be down payment assistance very much geared toward teachers or people who work at CMS, which is our school system. But in terms of bringing in the private market, one of the things that we did was we partnered with the largest hospital system. And we were able to, sorry about that. I put it on Do Not Disturb, and it just does not leave me at all. The hospital system, and we provide their staff members with financial education, and then right into home buyer education and housing counseling. Because what they found is they did a focus group and found out that they had a lot of staff members who were housing insecure, some that were living in their cars. And so for the first time, they came to the table in major ways and said, we have to provide this to our staff members but they also invested, first of all, in the Ascent portfolio buying, and then they also provided a significant amount of funding that went to the Foundation for the Carolinas that ended up in a pool for building affordable housing. So I think that if you can get the private market, and it doesn't just have to be banks. It actually needs to be other than just banks, because the banks, they're fantastic and they really get it. But when you sell it to the entire community, when the healthcare systems, when the school systems, when they're buying in, that's when we've really gotten resources, significant amounts of resources toward affordable housing.
So Ty, I just want to reiterate my request from staff, and that is to look at our ordinances and see how they impact the price of a house. And besides the tapping fees, I know that our tree ordinance can have an impact, whether or not we want sidewalks, what we do with our roads. Doesn't mean that we should change them, but we should at least understand the impact they have on the price of a house.
And Madam Mayor,
Excuse me? Exactly.
And Madam Mayor, in addition to that, in addition to the fees themselves, I was speaking with a developer just Tuesday night who does development here and also across the nation. He's talking about the amount of time it takes. For instance, in Miami, it costs him 10 times more to apply for those fees or to have those fees, but the work was done 10 times faster. So there's a way that we can also quantify what that time is costing us, and if it's actually pushing developers away from us, we need to find a way to bring them closer to us to make it happen.
And to that point, if I may, it might be a valuable exercise to look at that internally, but also to talk to a builders association to understand the same issues from their perspective.
I thought staff was working on that. Weren't they already?
Well, I've asked for
Deep
the
diving.
number of times,
Okay.
and I haven't gotten feedback.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to put things together. What I'd like to find out with any of you, because that may help us, do you do fee waivers for developers or reimbursement of fees? I mean, maybe I should ask that to the City of Charlotte, the City of Atlanta.
They do not.
Okay.
It's a significant, it is a significant cost. If I'm doing a multifamily of 150 units, tap fees can easily, run you $500,000. So, I might be getting it over here in subsidy, but they're taking it over here and permitting process. We're talking 6 months down the line before they'll look at it the first time, and then you'll have to go through 3 iterations. So, and if you've got a land loan on it and you're paying interest that entire time, it makes a difference. It makes a difference about what you can do and can't do, especially as a nonprofit.
Well, I think we've looked at some of that already, at how long it takes. The builder has to turn around and submit that plan, and it's got to come back like 3 or 4 different times. So, some of those fees are the cost of doing business. If not, our departments are just there, they're not hardly being funded. If they're not some type of fees, they don't have to be, and they can be staggered. For the small guy, building one house, you shouldn't have to pay the same thing for the guy who's building a $400,000, $500,000 house. That's the other cost for everything is that for the smaller guy, those fees.
Yeah, I would definitely gear it toward, are they providing housing for people at 80% AMI and under? If they are, streamline it. Right. That's what I'd love to see in Charlotte, but we don't have.
Just to share, it's a completely different thing on permits, though. And you may remember Donna Gray, she was a really good friend, worked for the city. We used to have to pay permit fees for ramps, for access ramps. And because we build probably 20 to 30 access ramps a year for folks that are disabled. And she said, that just doesn't make sense. It's not like it's a repair or you're adding a deck or you're adding whatever. This is something that, for whatever reason, they needed to get in and out of their house. And Donna was able to work with folks, at least for us, and I think she was advocating for more to have those fees. I mean, it was only a couple $100, but still, it's a cost.
What Mayor and Council also does some vendors in the room. I don't want to necessarily jump over you, but I thought maybe hearing from one or two of them may help us, because I don't know vendors.
Yeah, I know.
So I don't know if there's any questions specifically you have, Mr. Canada, directly for you.
Any of our lender partners who are here care to address the issues we've been talking about?
No pressure.
No pressure.
Well, I'll just say a couple of things.
If I could ask you to come forward and take a microphone, so we can hear about that.
I usually don't need one, but I'll be happy to squeeze in here. Can I still borrow some space for a second?
You're welcome here too.
Oh, no, that's fine. My name is Michael Boyd. I'm with Pinnacle Financial Partners. I actually have the privilege, thanks so much to Julie and Sophia for being here today. Part of my responsibilities cover Charlotte and the Greensboro market, so I have the privilege of working with both of them. Two things that I think you should keep in mind as you're trying to drive, the increase in affordable housing and the utilization of your down payment assistance program. Education, right? Obviously, John Newman is a local realtor that was here. He had to leave. But also with Sophia's partnership with the Greensboro Board of Realtors, that's critical, right? Just awareness is one of the first things that never stops. And then ease of use. I think at the beginning of the program, we're talking about ease of doing business with the city. I think ease of use of the program is critical. That's where professionals like Julie and Sophia come into play. By having them manage your program, and as you're developing the program, make sure you make it user-friendly, or, particularly to the lenders and the realtors, because that does have an impact on the marketability of the programs. If it's perceived as difficult, it's going to reduce the likelihood of adoption within the marketplace. Right now, I'm pleased to say both of your programs are pretty easy to work with, and we do a lot of them in both areas. But as you're developing the programs, also think in terms of this isn't a one-size-fits-all solution, right? Make sure you have different solutions. We hear a lot about the 80% area median income, whether that's the individual qualifiers or that's household income. But there's all different range of people that would benefit from down payment assistance, and they might not all need access to $80,000 worth of down payment assistance. You have, I love the conversation around, there's so many people today, that have access to these programs. When you think about it, not only is it a workforce program, but most college graduates coming out today, low moderate income and affordability, carries certain stigmas or whatever, but the reality is first-time home buyers need to really be aware of these programs, but they may not need it at the same, level of support, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're still critical in driving home ownership.
I think that's so important what you just said, because I should have mentioned the city goes up to 110% AMI. And for people who are over 80%, they can get up to $10,000 in DPA. Because, it's still an issue for people who are over 80% AMI. Let's face it, it's not enough.
But there are some great programs we talk about, and I don't know if it's making sense, but we stack programs, right? We stack programs all the time, which really helps. I mean, we can turn a $300,000 home purchase into an $80,000 purchase through the stacking of some of the available down payment assistance programs out there. But what also is important to consider in your working groups as you're developing the program is just it's subtlety sometimes. Like, are you willing to move yourself in a lower league position? Because, for example, you know, do you have to be in second lien position, right? And then because a lot of financial institutions like ours, I know, and I don't want to name names because there's so many now. We have our own down payment assistance programs, right? Now they're typically not well, they could be grants or just interest-bearing loans that are due at the end. But, you know, the important thing is you're dealing with for-profit, you know, companies sometimes, so they may have hesitancy where they line up in the leading position. So just little subtleties like that can make a big difference in the program. The workability of the program.
That's a great point. Then when I hitchhike on to what you said, Mike, because it is so critical in terms of how we kind of structure things too. I think it's important to note that individuals that need down payment assistance is not a monolithic population. And you emphasize that so well because in terms of, I've always said, you know, the person who makes 80% of AMI needs GPA 2. 81% of AMI. I always used to say, well, you know, 81% of AMI, you need GPA 2. One, it's not monolithic. Two, in terms of ease of use, one of the things that we worked so hard on in Atlanta was that the various agencies work together so our guidelines or requirements wouldn't contradict each other. So you may be eligible for Sophia's, but you're not eligible for mine. Where is that disconnect and how do we bridge that and how can we bridge it? And the last thing that we worked so hard to do was to make sure that our DPA conformed to the Fannie and Freddie community seconds so that our lenders would be attracted. And once they understood that our program conformed and was in compliance with the conventional community seconds and the FHA community seconds, and then we could have that conversation with them and the guidelines around. So I thank you for making those points because I forgot. But it is so critical to the growth of the program. And it's true in terms of working with lenders and working with the Sophias of the world. We can get them educated, but at the end of the day, if the loan doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. And nobody's going to do it.
How can we eventually, though, figure a way to do away with so many layers of funding for the homeowner who sits down at the table, Federal Home Loan Bank, NC Housing, Greensboro Down Payment Assistance, Heroes Program, and then the loan, you're talking 5 layers of funding. Some of those have to be forgiven.
Well, some of them would have to be forgiven. So my way of teaching about layers of funding is only access to money that you need. And one of the things I've done intentionally is push for the Greensboro and the local programs because the forgivability period is shorter. You know, I don't know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. So when you leverage a layer of state loan, which is great if you need it, it's going to be forgivable in years 11 to 15. Who knows what I'm going to be doing 15 years from now? You know what I'm saying? So I've been very intentional about what I tell buyers about leveraging money. Only access what you need to make the deal done. And in Greensboro, because we're still affordable, we are still affordable. It's a problem, but it's not $400,000. It's somewhere between $250,000, $300,000, $315,000. We still have a level of affordability that is very attractive to people. The other thing I want to share too, we're sharing with our potential buyers. The whole credit thing has to do with the type of loan that you're going to get. With the huge amount of student loan debt that people have, a conventional loan looks at it differently than an FHA loan. My real estate background tells me a seller looks at an FHA loan and a conventional loan very differently because one judges the house more harshly. So these are all the things that we, equip our buyers to know so they're putting themselves in position so when the house becomes available, they're able to jump on it and they're in the best possible position to make it affordable.
That's all.
All right, we have just a few more minutes before lunch. Before we go to that, could I ask one question about this unique moment that Greensboro has in front of us? What do we need to be doing now for the moment when Toyota has hired 5,000 people in the community? Presumably many of them will already live here. But some are going to have to move in. What's
I mean, all the new employees you're bringing in, it's going to be hard to live with if the folks that are born and raised here, been here 10 or 15 years, don't have access to home ownership because people that just got here are able to jump in and buy it. Plus, they're buying at a higher price point. But I'd like to see the field level for everybody to have access to home ownership, whether you're new here or you've been here for 5, 10, 30 years.
As an outside observer and working in Atlanta, I've been beating the drum in my own organization in terms of working with employers to make sure that they either have a grant program or forgivable down payment program for their employers. You know, I know a lot have been talked about in the media recently because in terms of looking at profits, it's been an indication that that's happening with employers because they've had to increase incomes, whatever the case may be. But I'd like to see more employers. I know we have a few local banks or banks in Metro Atlanta, an employer that offer $5,000 forgivable grant for employees and some lending institutions. And leveraging, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, leveraging is so important. Given the market, given the price points, given the inventory, it looks like we're going to really have to start looking at other resources and how to make it happen.
I guess if I had one thing to say, it would just be protect your legacy neighborhoods. And the people who have lived there for a long period of time. If you've got big employers, I mean, we're really used to this in Charlotte. You've got big employers coming in, we have a net number of people moving in every single, week of X number of people. It's just crazy the growth that's happening. If that starts to happen, you really have to think about how do I, abate property tax to the legacy homeowners? How do I make sure that neighborhoods that used to sell for $100,000 suddenly aren't tear down neighborhoods? Protect them. Figure out some ways. And then just be ready for the growth. We've just got to build. I mean, the truth is we are so short on just numbers of units. I'm not talking about numbers of units of affordable. I'm just saying housing. We do not have enough in Charlotte. We cannot build fast enough for the number of people who are coming here. So the other thing that Ty knows, because Ty started the process, is density. Make way for being able to increase the number of units on a given acre. Because we only have so much land. We're not going to grow the land. And if you've got to grow units and no land, then you better go up or smaller.
One of the things that people may not be familiar with Metro Atlanta is that Georgia has become like we're in the top 5 of movie making industry now, and a lot of that is attributable to Tyler Perry building his studio there and so forth. So we've seen it while it hasn't been manufactured recently, and then people who live in California come to Georgia and realize they can buy a 5,000 square foot house for $4,000, and in California it was 750 square feet. So we've seen that, and we are experiencing that. And that's not only just the movie people, the cameramen, the makeup artists, the stage folks. So we're feeling that too in terms of the kind of impact it's had on our inventory as well as helping first time members.
So I just have one final question. Gentrification. How do we avoid it? That's what she just said. How do we avoid it? Because you talk about affordable housing, then you talk about the bigger companies coming in. They're going to need, they're paying the higher wage. The land is short, so they're going to buy the house in an area, and then they're going to put their money they have in it into rehabbing and improving that house. And they may start to outpace that's a community. By putting a house there that has actual more amenities to it than the little fella that's sitting on the corner.
Yeah, I think that you do need to organize your neighborhoods and maybe put some historic district designations on them so that if somebody wants to tear down a house, that they have to come before a board to explain what it is that they're going to build instead. Charlotte's done that in a few neighborhoods, not enough neighborhoods. Many of our neighborhoods just simply don't look the same. The very first neighborhood we were working in, we did an entire street of bungalows, and they're gone. And they were beautiful little houses. But it's going to happen. It sounds like you've got good nonprofits. So the other thing is making sure that your nonprofits are healthy, so that they can actually work with the neighborhoods, they can organize in the neighborhoods and make sure that instead of gentrification, you're talking about revitalization. For me, revitalization means you're improving the neighborhood, but you're improving it for the people who live there now, and not the people who are coming. So, just beware of who is asking.
Right. And I know Atlanta has an anti-gentrification policy. I've read about some years ago.
I'm not familiar with
I
that.
shared it with
So I know we're experiencing it, and I think what the current mayor is doing, the prime mayor, is always looking at those legacy communities, those legacy neighborhoods, to make sure that current guidelines or policies won't adversely impact the people that are there. And I think that's what he's done.
One thing I want to share with you all, I'll be bringing to you in the next few months on behalf of the Realtors Association is a very comprehensive housing study of 20 counties. Making up the Carolina Core with all the companies coming in. Everybody's not going to be making six figures. So it would be nice to have what's needed in every price point. So that'll be coming up in the spring. I hope to come back and share that with you as a council about what specifically needed.
And that's what I've been referring to as attainable housing, because it needs to be attainable at every single price point. And right now, the inventory at all levels is very low.
What a great conversation. Let's say thank you to our panel. Some of the questions. The good news, we remain on track, on schedule. Our next event is one of the best ones of the day. We'll take a break for lunch for 45 minutes, I believe you said, and then we'll come back here for more sessions this afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to send both of you an email so we can keep in touch.
Oh, absolutely.
And I would love to come to Charlotte and talk to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you a tour. Yeah.
We have people asking us to cross county lines.
didn't do anything special yesterday. We're going to do something. Because we actually started at February 14th. We did 3 repairs. Started at February 14th and finished in May. So we're going to do some of that. Save when this started for a while. Yeah. And so, actually, I saw it on our Facebook right. And I was there wasn't food involved. Hey, maybe I'll send my pizza to you. You said you were frozen.
No, your
microphone.
Oh, yeah, that's what it keeps saying now. What have you done with the housing coalition? I mean, because I look at things like we get homes and healthy homes and, the homes we repair. Have we ever referred to you? Yeah. Are we still doing it? Yes. There's conversation. Rock here. I don't know who, Dana in our office is the one. Dana does all of our intake. Right. So she does our intake stuff. So it might be an email, it might be a conversation in the hallway. But yeah, you guys refer folks to us for home cares if they come in and they go home. No, I'm good.
It's not. I've told you so. Thank you so much for being on our page. He may share with you. And I know some people who might do.
We're in the same building.
Yeah. Perfect. And sharing. You can share the cup. You can share the cup.
Yeah, so
we need to formalize that a little bit more. Because I know that, for instance, y'all deal with veterans. And
we don't have a special program, but there are veterans that apply for our home care.
I used to be with AT&T as part of the AT&T Pioneers.
I remember that.
And they built wheelchair ramps. And we kind of went around and did a great job. I kind of fizzled out because that was the older group and the younger group had office. So I know that there's people who just need wheelchair ramps. You all do those.
Oh yeah, we do. And we're actually that's one of our sweet spots.
Yeah. How do you get funded for that? Is that internally funded, or do you?
We have to raise funds. Cheryl is our development director. She's out there. We're actually trying to do 20 ramps. We're trying to get 20 organizations to sponsor 20 ramps this year.
What's the cost you do a ramp?
Depends how long it is. 150 a linear foot. So it depends how many steps you're going down. Each step is like 8 to 9 inches. So
and some of them
is 1 in 12. So if we have 3 steps, that's 24 inches.
Right.
So we probably have to go 24 feet of ramp. Probably averages around $45,000. Lumber costs are going up.
Yeah, that's right. You need like 100,000 to do 20 potentially. Great job, sir. Thank you. I was trying to tell you. It worked.
Yeah, but I talked to you.
thoughts and see what you think. Yeah, so let's try to do that. I'm going on vacation next week, maybe for about a week and a half. So maybe sometime in March. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you.
know we were met. Yeah, we good. Exactly. I don't know, Krista, whatever, just want to say hello to you right there. Good seeing you, yeah. All right.
start to take our seats so we can keep the agenda moving.
From your perspective and the hat that you wear, define what does it mean to be the safest city, and then what is your specific role in that? Yep.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Letitia Neal, and I'm the division manager for the Office of Community Safety. The Office of Community Safety has various community response approaches within our office. We focus on creating opportunity for co-production between our community, our city, and our various city departments, coming up with solutions to address issues related to societal issues, mental health, substance use disorder, violence prevention, and alternative responses to calls for service. So in regards to our contribution there, I would say, we offer the community response, the working with community to actually create programs that are alternatives and provide opportunity for that first response before you get to the enforcement piece of public safety. I think what we would offer and what I would say there is that, you know, public safety is a community responsibility. It's all of us as a community. It's not just one particular entity or facet of community. And so being able to work collectively to design what programs and opportunities look like for us in our community is important, and ensuring that we are keeping community voice centered, and that is important to development and enhancing our public safety.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Teresa Vincent, and I am the Chief District Court Judge here in Gilbert County. I've been in this role since 2019. In terms of what it means to be a safe city, or one of the safest cities, I think it just means it's a place where we're not overly concerned with what's going on in our neighborhoods, where we feel free to matriculate throughout the city without worrying so much about what might occur to those that we love, those that we care about, and even those that we don't know, because you know, we may not know our fellow brethren who have fallen prey to some of the unfortunate instances that have occurred, but they're human beings. So we want it to be a place where we minimize the level of crime and that we can live peaceably. In terms of my contribution, as you know, the law dictates as judges kind of what we have to consider in making decisions, whether it's a sentence or whether it's conditions on pretrial release. There are different factors that we must consider by law. And we also are individually elected. So as the chief, I'm not I'm not the boss of the judges, and I can't tell them what to do. But myself, along with our senior resident Superior Court judge, we do set the guidelines for our pretrial policy. And so we have those guidelines, which we revised most recently in 2019. And but they're guidelines. And so, but ultimately, each judge is under an obligation to follow the law and apply the law in each individual case. And you know, we can talk about kind of more in depth what that looks like at a later time, and perhaps even today. But that's kind of, I see my role, and I'm responsible for the efficiency of our courts, ultimately. And you can imagine with COVID and a number it did on the courts, how we have now dug our way out of that hole, only to head back into e-courts. You probably have heard about that, but we're transitioning from paper to electronic, which means that we have to slow it down because the system is a lot of kinks we have to work through, and we can't do nearly as many cases initially, and so we're going to have to minimize that. So we're concerned about being able to be efficient because we have a system that's coming on board that's not so efficient. And but that's ultimately where we are. But we're under a mandate to make sure that our courts are open and that we render justice, without undue delay, and can't deny it. And so we're doing the best we can to manage that system that's coming to us in just a few months. Our launch date is in April, or our launch time, a month is in April. So that's kind of where we are. Thank you.
Chief John Thompson. It's always nice to have another chief sitting next to me. Can you hear okay? Is that better? As I said, it's always nice to have a chief sitting next to me to take a little bit of the spotlight away with Chief District Court Judge. Really, for me, when we talk about being the safest city, I really look at two basic principles that we address with that. And one is the actual physical, mental, emotional safety of our residents. And that deals directly with those that are impacted with crime. The second part of that really is the perception of safety, because oftentimes perception of safety can impact people as much as an actual crime occurring. And so to be safe, you have to know that you're safe, to reasonably believe that you will go out and not either be a victim of a crime or that you can drive on the street safely, that you can walk through your neighborhoods, attend the parks, participate in the community in your neighborhoods. And then you also have to feel that when you do those things that you're safe in doing them as well. And so there's a lot of things that we're doing in the police department really to focus on those two avenues of actually making people safe, so less victims of crime, and then allowing people to have the perception and feel like they are safe in their communities and neighborhoods.
Great, thank you. So, we're seeing this continuum related to public safety and what safety really involves and means. And so what are ways that you all collectively work together to build a safer community?
I'll start with that. So I think we're all pieces of the puzzle for public safety, and we all have roles. And I think, from my perspective, we actually collaborate very well. Now, I'll say this, and I said it for the last year. I am Letitia McNeil's biggest fan. I think her Office of Community Safety is innovative. I think in 10 years you're going to see her office and the work that program is doing for cities across the country. And we're on the front end of it here in Greensboro. We're leading the way as it relates to that. And the way we collaborate really is how that is successful. You can't have an Office of Community Safety that sits apart from a police department and they work in silos and go out and expect there to be any kind of effectiveness in what they're doing. And her success is the police department's success. The more successful she is in addressing mental health and substance abuse and community violence is only going to be better for the police department and the community. From my perspective, as it relates to the court system, again, it's another piece that we feel we have very good communication and partnership with. When we have specific issues that make it into the court system and we want those focused on, we feel that there's a voice that we have when we can go to the courts, whether it's judges, district attorneys, or any of our partners in that court system, that they're willing to listen and work with the police department.
And we collaborate within the court system and then for some of the stakeholders as well. And we have the opportunity to do so. And we have what's called a focus group, and they meet quarterly. And it really is to have representatives that come to the table with their concerns so that we can address them from a holistic point of view. And we have just about every group that you can imagine that works within the context of our courts there. And so as the opportunities come to us, we try to get engaged and take advantage of those opportunities. And so we have a number of non-traditional courts, our recovery courts, where we partner with outside agencies to make sure that those needs are met, whether it's a mental health need, whether it's housing. And so we're trying to address the whole needs of the person. And so I think, as Chief Thompson said, we do collaborate and we do try to improve where we can and not work in a silo.
I agree with all that has been said. I did not pay Chief Thompson.
We can't hear you. Microphone.
I said I agree with all that's been stated, and I did not pay Chief Thompson to say that about me, but I appreciate the fact that he did. And one of the things that I have noticed is in this work, there are oftentimes people who want to talk about collaborating with each other, but then when they get to the point where they actually start collaborating, the first bump in the road, they don't collaborate anymore. Or they will, say the collaboration is just, it's really just what I'm saying. And I just want you to just sign up and participate in what I'm doing. And that's not what we do between the three of us. I mean, the three entities that we are here representing. You know, sometimes we may not always look at a situation from the same lens, but what we do is work together to try to find solutions to address the issues in our community, and to do that from ways that may look and feel differently than what has traditionally been established. And I think even in that, sometimes you get that pushback, because when you're not going status quo or business as usual, you know, people can tend to think that you may or may not be working together or being as effective as you could, but what you're really doing is you're setting up for the long game. And I think that's where we are now. We really are setting up our public safety system for the long game, where we're going to be able to say we have affected change, and here's where a person started, A, and now we see them down the line, and here are the entities and the steps that played a part in that success of that person.
So, you know, today we have this great opportunity of having you all with the City Council. What are some actions or needs that you might have of City Council?
I'll start. So first, you know, we have, and I think it was submitted in some of the pre-read, we have really three, we have multiple areas to focus on, but we have three that we've been focusing on as it relates to recruitment retention, relates to addressing violent crime, and specifically around some technology needs to address violent crime. And then the other component, and this really speaks to the perception of safety, is the way we engage our community and how we're doing that, not only pushing information out, but soliciting feedback from our community on how they feel about their perceived safety, how they feel about the police department. So first, I have to say this because I feel like I need to say it anytime I am in front of council. Thank you. Thank you for your support and the decisions that you made to address compensation at the police department. It is working. It is being effective. We submitted some numbers that show over the last 4 years, we were at a net loss of police officers going back to 2020. We were a net loss of, I think, 16, 17. Again, a net loss in 21, 16, 17. Net loss of 36 in 22. So that means that's cumulative over those 3 years of losses. Last year, and I think it's a direct result of compensation changes, incentives, we were at a net loss of 6. And that's dramatic. You go from 36 in 1 year to 6. And we anticipate in 24 having a net gain for the first time in 5 years. We have 27 in our current academy. We're anticipating 30, maybe as high as 35 in our police academy that starts in March. And what the flip side of that is our attrition has drastically reduced. So we are not seeing officers leave the organization that we have historically in the past. So thank you. I can't say that thank you. That has really helped the organization, not only recruitment, retention, but morale among our staff as well. This is going to sound a little bit strange. I could come up here with an entire list of asks from council, but really my ask from council is to support the Office of Community Safety. I think, again, going back, that if that office can be supported and provided the resources it needs, it's going to benefit the police department. We're going to see that. We've seen it with the VHARP team and the way we collaborate with them, and reducing calls that officers have to go on, reducing return calls that officers have to go on related to mental health. As we have our law enforcement assisted drug diversion program come into play, those are getting folks to resources to keep them from being on the streets, being involved in substance use, and getting them the help that they need so they don't have to commit crimes. So I would like to say I have a laundry list of things that I would ask from council. If there is one ask, it would be your full support with the Office of Community Safety.
And for the courts, we just are grateful for the support from the community that we've always had. We have a few programs. I think it's helpful just to have community support whenever we come up for funding. And one is, you may know that we were one of the sites that were fortunate enough to have it was Caitlin's Courage at the time, an electronic monitoring program for people that are on pretrial release for domestic violence types of crimes. Well, they converted that over from Caitlin's Courage, and it's just domestic violence. It comes under CGEN for the state. And in my opinion, it's one of the best tools that we've ever had for domestic violence, because with a 50B or restraining order, as you know, it's a piece of paper. And it means about as much as the person's respect is for the piece of paper. And sometimes that's not very much. Well, the monitoring program, the defendant has an electronic monitoring device on, and then the alleged victim, if he or she chooses to have a device, they also have a device. So they can be tracked at all times. And we order that this person stay so many feet, 500 feet, 1,000 feet away from the person. And if they violate that, then they know, because they're being monitored. So the satellite company can contact the person and tell them you need to get out of the vicinity, or else we will contact the authorities and they will come pick you up. Well, I don't know about you, but I would prefer that over the piece of paper, because that's got some teeth. So whenever that has come up for funding from the state, you know, because it does take a lot of funds to run that type of program statewide for the places that have it. I think they're not, probably maybe, I don't know, maybe 10 or less counties that have it. We were just fortunate to be in on the beginning before they scaled it back, so now they're trying to expand it. But it takes time, and so that's something that I hope we will continue to have community support, and we will contact the state legislators to let them know it is a tool that we should be able to maintain and not lose, because it saves lives. We haven't had any deaths for anybody that's been in that program, because you know you're being watched. It's really incentivizes a person not to break the law. And so that's something that we could always use continued support from the community whenever those types of programs come up for funding. The other thing is we're so grateful for the Greensboro Police Department and their electronic monitoring program, because for violent felons who are put in that program, you can feel some comfort with them being out of the community if they're being monitored. You know, we have them under curfew, we have restrictions, and so that's a great program that they have, and I hope that you will continue to support that, because it supports the courts and it keeps the community safer. And one of the things that you may have heard about that we're in the process of trying to establish now is our legal support center. And that is a center where people that have civil cases would be able to go and get some assistance. We would have packets for the various topics, so they're not trying to figure out what form do I need, you know, and we want to have a part-time employee who can actually help them navigate with the completion of the forms. They can ask questions about what to expect in court. Quite often, our self-represented litigants are very frustrated because if they haven't done their paperwork correctly, we have to dismiss it, we have to continue it, and they can't get their case heard in a timely manner. They're trying to see their children, you know, get access to resources, whether it's spousal support or child support. That's very frustrating. So we're trying to get that center set up so that they will have a resource. It's unlike a criminal case where they're entitled to representation if they cannot afford representation. You don't have that on the civil side unless there's an order shall cause where there's a risk of jail time. So they have this center in Wake County, but that's the only place that has it so far. But it's been very, very successful. They have a self-serve center in Mecklenburg County. That's better than nothing. But a lot of people can't figure out what to do, even if you give them the information. If they don't have some assistance to ask questions and get guidance, it doesn't mean them very much. So we could always use support with that. That's something that the county is considering in partnership with some other stakeholders. But certainly it would benefit the citizens of not just Guilford County, but Greensboro as well. And so that's something if the city wanted to join in with the county, I'm sure they'll be happy to accept any help they can get. And I wish it was something that the state would fully fund statewide, but that's not an option. But whenever you have something that you feel like the community needs, it's a way to do it. You just have to figure that out, and that's what we're doing now. And so it would be great to have the support from the city for that, because I think it's going to really benefit the citizens of the Greensboro and Guilford County as a whole.
Can you send us something on that?
Sure.
And what I would say is continuing to support the initiatives within the Office of Community Safety. I know that this work is new, and sometimes when things are newer, there are questions as to effectiveness and the level of resources that should be given. Those questions come into play. But I think for council to continue to just support the work that we are doing within the Office of Community Safety, to understand that the goal and the focus of this is a holistic approach to public safety that not only deals with facets that are known and sort of those things that are always talked about, where we may have our mental health, substance use disorder, community violence intervention, but also looking at things like diversions and seeing how important those pieces can play a role in, if we're able to divert someone from getting involved in the criminal justice system. What does that do for us as a community, and what does that do in terms of enhancing our public safety? And so just making sure that we are able to stay committed to the goals of enhancing public safety through the Office of Community Safety, and making sure that we have what we need to be able to continue to not only provide the work that we've been providing, because we really are doing a lot of work with a small group of people, and that sometimes it's a reflection of the individuals that are in the office and the folks who are doing the work. And other people see how great of a job those individuals are doing as well. When I say other people, I mean other municipalities, other folks who are interested in starting similar offices or similar programs. And sometimes what happens is, they can start saying, hey, come over here to our side, come to us. And, we lose that person who may have been offering a valuable contribution to the work and actually being someone who's able to provide the resources and the connectivity and make the program look really good and make it seem like we have a strong workforce of 10 times the number of people that we have, but it really is based off of the work of the folks who have been there from the start and are collecting these resources and interacting with people. So just making sure that we understand it's important to invest in this office and also support the long-term goals for the office.
So we still have 30 minutes, and we just would love to open it up to you all and any specific questions you have.
I'll kick it off. Judge, I know that you had mentioned mental health being an issue with some of the people in the court system, and certainly I think we all see it lot of people who, they need some sort of medical intervention, and it's got to be more than a night or two. What options do the judicial systems have?
Well, one of the most valuable tools that we have is our mental health court. And it's much like a drug treatment court. And it is a six-month program that individuals can participate in. And it really is meant to get the person stable. They're going to get their medication, right at their own medication. If they're in psychotherapy, they're going to make sure that they get on the regular schedule with that. If they need housing, they're going to link them to the representatives that can provide housing. Whatever their needs are, they get them stable. And usually after about 6 months, if they have successfully completed each phase, then they graduate out. And, that is a huge help because a lot of times that's just what they need. They need stability and they need some help getting stability. And so that's the most valuable tool I think we have right now. But that's not going to be for everybody because, some people, you can't make them, you can order them to do it, but you can't make them do it. And some people, I'm not doing that, you can just do whatever you're going to do, I'm not doing it. But then, so in the alternative, if it's not somebody that's participating in that program, then we're going to refer them for an assessment and treatment as part of our conditions of probation. Again, though, with mental health, you can send a person, but you can't make them follow through. You can deal with the consequences if they don't follow through. So a lot of it has to be, is this person ready? Much like a person with a substance use disorder. We can order it, but if they're not ready, we can't make people do what it is that they're not ready to do. Now, we can order it all day long, but it's up to them to follow through. But we have, I would say the most impactful thing with the judicial system in terms of mental health was the dismantling of our mental health system, where people had a place they could go to get treatment, to get stable. And now that they have dismantled it and done it in a way where you got this maze where you have to figure it out. Well, if you aren't mentally stable, you're not going to be able to figure it out. So what happens is they're trespassing, they're committing disorderly conduct, and then they come to us. I've talked to him about this. Because it's a real issue where we're supposed to solve the ills of society as it relates to mental health, but we're not equipped to do that. We're equipped to send you to some of these places that can help you. But I really feel like as a community, we've got to do better by the people that are mentally ill. We need more programs. We need better quality programs. Yes, we do. But in the court system, we can only refer people to what is in existence right now. And so that's what we do. But mental health court, sometimes people need more intensive treatment. They need more attention. They need more structure. They need a longer period of contact with the courts. So that can be very effective. But again, it is voluntary. We can't make people participate. And if they don't, then we just have to deal with what do we do now? And oftentimes that's the case. People just aren't ready. They aren't ready for mental health treatment. And quite often, if you're really doing poorly enough, you just can't. You're not mentally there. It takes getting stable sometimes even to see that you need mental health treatment. And sometimes people just aren't there mentally to be ready for it and to receive it, even though the treatment is there and available.
And you can't police them.
No, you cannot. Yeah, you cannot. And then sometimes you're left with, well, do I send them to jail? Sometimes that's an option, but sometimes the crime is not even warranted for jail time. You may not even be able to send a person to jail. So you feel like your hands are really tied quite often. And so what do you do? What do you do? You're left thinking about what do you do? And sometimes there's no good answer, to be honest.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a great panel here, so. Judge, I'm going to, since we don't get an opportunity to talk to you often, forgive me if it seems like I'm picking on you or whatever. but from my perspective, what I would like to see is that when somebody comes before a judge with a gun-related crime, that the judges really enforce the gun laws to the maximum of their ability. I think people see the judicial system kind of as a revolving door. Do you think that there are things that judges could take advantage of that they're not? Or how do you think that we can participate in that? It is just amazing to see the number of calls that we get for gunshots fired, and how can we hold people accountable to the maximum?
I think that you have to know judges, we apply the law, and we do it in the context of what the legislature has given us. And, it depends on what stage of the proceedings you're talking about. For pretrial release, the purpose of pretrial release conditions is to make sure the person comes back to court. People are presumed innocent until they're proven guilty. So, you're looking at a lot of different factors. What type of crime is it? Is it a violent crime? Is it not, a misdemeanor? Does the person have a history of failing to appear in court? Is the person likely to come back to court? Does this person have ties to the community? There are many different factors that we're considering, and so you're setting a bond based on those factors. Now, if the person is violent, part of that is, they're known to have guns. Then that's something that the court should consider, and I think we do consider. But it's up to the DA to advocate for, and I'm not saying I think they do, but they advocate for, if they feel like this is somebody that maybe needs a higher bond because of X, Y, and Z. And we certainly are open to consider whatever's argued about that person. And I think even now, if there's a person of interest to the police department, they communicate that to the DA, and the DA communicates that to the judge, and the judge takes that into consideration when setting that bond. But we can't set bonds that are outside of what the law mandates or allows for, because this is a focus area for anybody, the city or the county or whoever it is. We set bonds based on the crime and based on those factors. But I do think if they're violent, then that's part of what should be considered, and you should see a higher bond than what we normally might see because the person is violent. But if they can make their bond, then they have a right to make their bond and be back out in the community, because that's what the law provides for. Now, if you have like a murder, we can order a hold, so yeah, we can hold a person and they don't get a bond. But the law doesn't allow for us to just hold people or make it where they can't get out of jail because they have the potential to be violent. But that's what, for example, the Greensboro Police Department electronic monitoring program is for. Because we're setting a curfew. You've got to be in your house by 7, because most of these violent crimes take place after hours. And, you're subject to being searched. You could put some conditions in there that can make a person feel at least less comfortable going out and committing another crime that involves violence. So there are things that we can try to do, but at the end of the day, if you've got some bad actors, we can order whatever. If they're not incarcerated, they're going to just keep doing it until they do something where we can convict them and lock them up for an extended period of time. And I know some people have an issue with that. But for some people, they're not going to comply with the law if they're the outsider. They're just not. And I don't have a problem if somebody needs to go to jail, sending somebody to jail. So, but again, the way our system works, as you know, attorneys can continue cases until they get in front of certain judges with a certain mindset, and we have different mindsets. And so we're elected, you right? And so the public has a voice if they feel like, you have somebody that's not taking crime seriously, then the public gets to vote on that judge, just like they get to vote on each one of you. And so it's incumbent upon the public, if they have an interest in improving our community, to make sure that you have people who are looking out for our community, because as judges, I think it's about balance. We want to make sure that the person gets the treatment, gets the support that they need to change their life. But once we have tried that, then in my opinion, we're going to other solutions, which could include jail time. And if it's violent enough, then we may start with jail time, because there are some crimes. If you murder somebody, you need to go to prison. You know, and if the crime is bad enough, if it's, you know, aggressive enough, then we need to be looking at those more severe options to begin with. So that's my philosophy about it. But, I mean, I don't know. I do think that the police department, they're already contacting the DA's office about those cases that they're particularly interested in. And the DA is already advocating in those cases. You know, and maybe there could be more of that. I don't know. But I know it's occurring. And I know that we're getting that information, and judges are considering that information, and it is reflected. When you have a really bad actor, I think it is reflected in the bond, because I think all of us are doing it because we want to make a difference. And so I think that it does make a difference when the DA's office is advocating in a particular case that this person is dangerous, they have gun-related offenses in the past, and we need to take that into account when we set this bond. I think that does make a difference.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to add that historically we have looked at individuals in the community as Judge Vincent said that, you know, when we have somebody that commits a violent crime, we follow them into the court system to make sure we argue if there is a needed bond, if there's needed attention paid to that case from the district attorney's office, not taking a plea bargain like we want to go to trial. We have recently found, so we established our violent crime reduction teams last year, and they're attached to our crime gun intelligence unit. And there's acronyms for all of that.
You said crime gun intelligence unit?
It sounds a little awkward when you say crime gun versus gun crime, but a crime gun intelligence unit. And so their responsibilities are to track every shell casing collected on every shooting. Forensics obviously has a role in that. We have a program, it's a NIBIN program, where all shell casings are entered into a database, not just here, but any agency that participates. So if a gun was shot here, we collect a shell casing. It was shot in High Point, we can connect those two cases. So that crime gun intelligence unit tracks all of the individuals, all the firearms that come in, all the shell casings. What we have seen, and where we need to be a little bit better at in the police department, and we're taking some steps, are that we're usually dealing with the individual that commits those more serious crimes. They're involved in a robbery, they're involved in an aggravated assault shooting. What we know is that that individual probably shot that gun 6 or 7 times before we're able to take the actions we need to take to get them in front of a judge to get them locked up. Now, it may be that we take a gun where it's a carry concealed weapon. That's a misdemeanor charge, does not carry a lot of weight, would not typically carry a bond in front of a magistrate. But what we're looking at now is the individuals we're identifying on the front end. When we catch them on their first involved shooting, maybe they didn't strike anybody, maybe they shot a car, maybe they just discharged in the neighborhood. And really focusing on those individuals and the DA's office and the court system to say, hey, we think this individual, they're up and coming. We really want to pay attention to this individual because now it's the second time they've been caught with a gun. And it's the second incident that they've been involved with a gun. We don't want it to get to a shooting or a homicide where we have to wait till that point for significant action to happen. So we're actually working through some process with the district attorney's office now to figure out how we can be better in that communication aspect. But as judges said, we've always had a really good communication. We just found out a little bit of a gap where I think we could be better as a police department.
Thank you. So what about the schools? And the reason I say it that way is we all know that there are elementary school kids either exposed to violence or having guns in the home, or, you know, it just trickles on up.
experienced a lot of violence. I know the Family Justice Center works very well, and Camp Hope and all of those things. I'm wondering how accessible any of you are to the schools. For instance, I know that's county in the office. But, you know, some of this information like the community, going to community safety, those are our residents too. And we need to make sure that they are engaged with and we see what issues they're running into. And I know there are school counselors, I know all of these things, but how can you all work within the schools? And how do you work with the schools?
So, in regards to the schools, I can talk to you about our GSO Peace on Purpose initiative. And we have been working with Eastern Guilford High School. I know that is a county school, but Eastern Guilford actually reached out to our office because they saw the GSO Peace on Purpose pledge that we had during the summer. And so they reached out, and we've been working with them to develop a pledge in their school. And so Eastern Guilford started their pledge to be nonviolent in the school. And I believe today, as of today, they have about 900 signatures. They started with their staff, so faculty and staff signed first, and then they passed on to their students. But before they did that, they had an assembly where we talked to them about violence prevention strategies and what it means to be nonviolent, what it means to de-escalate your conflicts with your words and not with your fists and your gun. And so, we talked about the importance of respect and self-control and really being an ambassador for the school. And so with that, we're working with them to develop what they're calling the Heartbeat program. And that is a program where they have a 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade ambassadors. And they each have the responsibility of working with their classmates to exhibit high qualities and characteristics. How to be a good moral character, what it means to each of their classes to establish a peaceful mindset, and what it means to resolve instances without going to violence, and how do I become a part of the ambassadors? And the goal is they want to change the culture. So what they're trying to do there is shift the culture from one that may have been leaning more towards it's okay to fight and put it on social media and talk about the fight, video the fight, put it on social media. It's okay for us to essentially bully each other on social media and then come to school and fight it out, or have a conflict within school and then leave school, go to our home in our community and fight it out there. Changing that culture of wanting to know if we have an issue, we're going to talk about the issue, we're going to work to resolve those issues. And that's really a program that we're developing. It was something that was in the long-term goals, but based on what Eastern Guilford saw us doing with the GSO Peace on Purpose pledge, they reached out and said, hey, can you all help us develop something within our school? And that's something that we are trying to do within any of the schools who want to work with us. We're working to build a coalition. Schools are part of our coalition. We have our schools, we have our university partners, we've got business partners, philanthropic, faith-based community. We want everyone in on this message of being peaceful and nonviolent. And so that's really the way that we're going about doing this, is just trying to meet with schools where they are, because each school may have different challenges and needs. So we didn't want to create something and say, here, take this, because that's essentially what happens a lot of times in communities. We'll create something and say, okay, we think this is best for you. Here you go. And then the community will look back at us and say, no, that is not what's best for me. You did not ask me before you did that. So, you know, we really are working to co-produce with community. And that even includes, you know, our students. We want to co-produce with them because we want to hear feedback from them about, is this even a program that you want? Is this something that you want to do? You know, and that was the feedback we got from Eastern Guilford was, you know, they wanted to have a program where they set the tone in terms of, hey, we are establishing new cultures and norms within our school for how we want to see it go. We don't want to have a place where it's okay for people to be bullying each other on social media or for people to be fighting and recording those fights and putting them out for, you know, further instances where things get escalated.
No, that's great. And even though it is Eastern Guilford and it is right outside the city limits, a lot of those families live in Greensboro. So I think that's very appropriate. And I recall that she had some officers who did some programs in the area schools and invited other organizations in. So, yes, I don't know if she wants to say anything.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about a few things that we have in the courts. One is Teen Court, and you've heard of that. That's a diversionary program. So they bring, you know, the teenagers in, and, you know, they're really judged by their peers. And they come up with a recommendation, and the judge adopts the recommendation. And they've been doing that for years. And I think that works really well. And the other, of course, beyond that is juvenile court. And they're referring people, the juveniles, to appropriate agencies.
Just a couple of things. Yeah, tell us what your thinking is or where we stand on students. You know, I know the whole IT system for the police department is so outdated at this point. It's convoluted. It requires so much more time than it should for our officers, and it doesn't give you the good data that you perhaps need. So I'd like to ask about that. But also, are we okay in terms of where we are with take-home cars, and do we need to? Is that something that needs to be revisited at this point, Jennifer Department?
Yeah. So the question around IT or infrastructure.
It's catchy.
Oh my goodness.
The infrastructure that we have with IT is really, really good, and that's with Guilford Metro 911 and dispatch and what we have. What was really antiquated for us is our RMS records management system, and that really it drives everything. It allows officers to take reports. It allows for all of our statistics and data to be collected from our records management system. All of our investigative follow-up, everything is kind of the heartbeat of our organization, and we could absolutely not function without it. And I was in front of council, I believe, 2 months ago, talking about a contract to update our RMS system, which was voted on and approved. And again, I said thank you for that. Our current system was implemented in 2003 and 4, and it has not changed in almost 20 years. There's been minor upgrades to the system, but can you even remember what programming was used 20 years ago? I don't know if that was still DOS on a computer, or it's extremely outdated. So the new RMS system that we have a contract for, and we're still about a year away from implementation, is through Axon, which is the same organization company that does our body-worn cameras, our vehicle-mounted cameras, tasers, and it really allows all of that technology to be integrated. as well as some additional functions. Our IA software, which will roll into Axon as well, and it really provides us, it leverages effectiveness for us and our officers when they're recording, when they're tagging videos, attaching videos to cases, as well as the efficiency with it. So that will be probably, and my tenure as chief, however long I'm here at the organization, I don't think I will be here 10 years from now, even though it is a 10-year contract. That is probably the most significant, impactful thing that will happen for the police department. That piece of technology that we will implement will impact us for the next 10 years and make us better. So you take on the CAR program, we are in a much better place now. Nothing related to the city. It was really supply chain issues getting them here. And then once we got the cars here and started that process and getting them through, I think as long as council continues to support that in the budget cycle for those purchases, I don't know exactly. We're still 3 or 4 years away from a full implementation.
I believe that Trey told me that there are 25 delivered or ready to go, or are we?
Yes, and I will say I'll attribute that to our procurement office, who's been on top of making sure that the police department and also the vendors who outfit them are on time and on schedule. So thank you, Larry.
Thank you, cousins.
And also on Tuesday, council will be taking action on what we're submitting to NCGA, North Carolina General Assembly short session, and that will include what the chief just talked about with you guys and IMS. And we review that in a few weeks.
Let me follow up with Councilwoman Abuja. What you're thinking about is the School of Justice Partnership that we established many years ago. And it is for the purpose of what we were seeing is a lot of issues that used to be contained in the school for minor incidences. They were referring them to court. Well, the problem with that is that any contact that juveniles have with the judicial system greatly increases the likelihood of their continued contact with the judicial system. And that's not good. So we set that up. That was an initiative of the previous Chief Justice, Sherry Beasley. And we set that up so that we could keep those, really menial, low-level, non-violent offenses, try to contain those and deal with those on a school level. But anything violent, of course, said that egregious, of course, send it to us. And so it was meant to address that issue and not quadruple the likelihood that they will continue to have contact with the judicial system and end up on the adult side. So not so much to focus on guns, but to focus on the future of students, and give them a future instead of a life of crime or a life in the judicial system.
Yeah. Thank you. I have a question for Director McNeil. You spoke earlier about your work in the schools and with the Peace on Purpose initiative, which has been phenomenally successful. I do hope that you and Arthur Durham and the team continue that and continue to raise the goals. My question is, at the street level, not the schools, but the street level, tell us about some of the unique impacts and successes you've seen in violence, interruption, and diversion, and with groups like the Peace Corps and Big City and Street Ballers. Tell us about some of those impacts.
Sure. So right now we are actually in day 4 of 5-day training for the violence interrupters and for our outreach workers. And we have a coalition of community-based organizations that are working together to address violent crime in the community. And the goal and the focus of what they're doing is really partnering together so that no one has to be a one-stop shop. No one has to have to address the issue. But what we do need to be is a collective work, partnering together to do the job. And, as you asked about successes, I think one of the things that I've heard people say is, how do we measure something that doesn't happen? Or, how can we measure it? Well, and the fact that it doesn't happen is, in fact, a measurement. Because if you did not have certain interventions in place, a lot of things that did not happen would have actually happened. And I think, for the folks who are doing community violence intervention work on the street level, on the ground level, a lot of times their contributions get swept under the rug. Because I can't say out and out, I went to this scene and I did this thing, and then now these two entities that were about to go and shoot it out with each other, and now they're not doing that at this moment. Or I was working with a young person who told me they were going to commit a crime, and then I connected them with a nonprofit organization that helps build job readiness skills, and now they have a job. So, we hadn't been telling that story. And part of the beauty of the GSO Peace on Purpose violence prevention initiative is that we are ready to start telling our stories. And the group of community-based organizations that we have now working together have been working together. They've been partnering behind the scenes for years, some of them, to send referrals to each other when they have someone that they know needs a specific service that they may not offer, or if they know of someone who's hiring in the community, sending those folks who would be deemed or termed most at risk, saying, hey, listen, if I got a job for you today. Let's go get you a change of clothes, and we're going to introduce you to this person. And that business owner is saying, okay, I'm willing to allow this person to work. I'm willing to try, and I understand that it's an opportunity for all of us. So I think that's been one of the best parts of seeing that, just seeing the collaboration between the partners, seeing the exchange of information this week has been amazing with the different partners learning about violence and corruption, but also learning about how they have so many resources available to them, so many connections that have been made in that room already. You all, 6 months from now, we are going to be amazed at how great this opportunity has been for the Greensboro community, and even some of our businesses, even where we're doing the training. Like right now, we're currently conducting a training at Aunt E's Southern Cuisine restaurant. So it's a restaurant, but they also have an event space in the back, and the restaurant owners have allowed us to utilize the space for free. And conduct the training there. But one of the great things about that business establishment is that, they want to hire folks who are, at risk of violence. So, they want to connect with the folks who may not be able to get a job somewhere else. So just bringing all of those people in from that ground level to be able to do the work.
So, can I ask you, what is your relationship with home health? Because home health has a stake in this as well, and I know there's doctors that are concerned of the violence they see coming in their hospital.
Absolutely. So we are working to develop hospital-based violence intervention programs. So we are working with home health. They have community health workers that we're trying to get training established for community health workers so that we have folks who can connect to people when they go into the hospital and providing resources to, one, to keep the retaliation, keep down any sort of retaliatory violence, and then also to help connect those folks with services and resources so that, today's victim doesn't become tomorrow's shooter. So we're partnering with Cone Health to develop those programs.
Yeah, because when we talk about community, that's great, but if we don't have, the interaction and support of our businesses, particularly our health, when you talk about mental health, so we've got to have it at the table, because there's no way for us to be successful. It's not police alone, it's not going to be us alone. So.
Absolutely. We're all community. And, when we say community safety, we are all a part of community. People don't just dissolve in there when they leave. We live, work, play here. We are the community. And we all have contributions that we can give to this. So, to your point, working with the hospitals, working with universities, businesses, everybody has a part to play. That's why we say, we're not calling anybody out, we're calling everybody in. We mean that because we all are a part of it.
Great. Well, this has been a great conversation. We're a little bit past our time, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up here. Unless there's a very pressing question, I guess we have to switch over to the next panel.
I just wanted to, I know, Judge Vincent, when we talked, you talked about the legal support center. Do you want to talk about that?
I talked about it already.
Just maybe
I
something that we can, okay, all right, maybe I missed that.
But she's looking for money.
Yes,
now
exactly.
That's the big.
That's
how do
where
we
I was
help?
going with
Yeah,
that.
okay.
Yeah.
I did. I talked.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's something for us to consider as we go forward. If that's something the city wants to be part of. So, we can do something too.
Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. So now we're just going to take a quick break, mostly just so, break after lunch. And then we also want to transition over to our next panel, which is going to be on talent and workforce development. So please be back here by 10:45 is our last panel. 10:45. That'll be our last panel for the day.
How are we compared to that other here?
You brought some levity. With the other one was intense. Yeah. But I think with this one, for them it's politics. They're working together. They're talking together. For the other one, they don't. So, nice to meet you in person.
test. Test 1 2 test test. Test 1 2 test test test. Test 1 2 test test test. Test test. Test test test.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take one more minute, and then we will reconvene. We'll do the 10-second countdown, and then we'll head into our final panel today.
Get ready for this. That's my only excuse.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How about that? Yeah, great. All right, this has been, I think, a very productive day so far. We had an outstanding conversation this morning about affordable housing. The conversation just now about public safety. And what we're seeing is that all these issues are connected.
We can't hear you. Hold it down.
Hey, sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Some folks will get a chance to hear my wisdom the second time. I think we've had a really productive series of conversations this morning, from the lengthy conversation about so many aspects of affordable housing this morning to the conversation just now, really solid points about public safety and how the complexities of the system work together. And I think what we're starting to see is the interconnectedness of all these issues. And I think that's really going to come together most notably in this next panel about workforce development and really building a pipeline for our economy. We have met with each of the presenting groups over the last week or so to get ready for this session, and I was really struck in talking to this group a few days ago, where somebody said, in Atlanta back in the early 1990s, they had something they called the Olympic moment, which was when the International Olympic Committee announced that the Olympics would be coming to Atlanta in 1996. It created this moment, this opportunity for the city to really focus on getting things done across all areas, from infrastructure to just go down the list. And somebody said, we might have a similar kind of moment right now in Greensboro with Toyota coming. Is this Greensboro's Toyota moment, where this big action is an opportunity to catalyze a lot of work and get it done very quickly? That was the first thing that struck me by our conversation. The second thing that struck me, at SIR, we do a lot of work on workforce development all over the country. So when I asked, what do you need to do your jobs better, to be more effective at your job, I expected to hear what I hear in every other place we do this. We need more of this and more of that, and more people and more money and more coordination and more everything. Instead, what I think I heard, correct me if I heard wrongly, what I think I heard here was, we need to keep doing what we're doing. And I thought, whoa, what an amazing reality that must be. So I dug a little deeper, and I saw, I was studying on what it means for North Carolina to be the top state in the country for business. That's a great accolade on its own. That measurement is made up of a whole series of other measurements. And in addition to that, North Carolina is listed as number 1 in the country for workforce, getting a grade of A+. So that's pretty good. I say all that because we're starting from a position of strength on this issue. But the Toyota moment says we have an opportunity to rethink what we're doing, recalibrate if necessary, and make sure we're pointing in the right direction. So we've got a really interesting panel. Let's start off by just asking everybody to tell us, number 1, who you are, what you do for a living, the role you play in the larger workforce ecosystem, and then we'll open up for discussion. Cool? Let's start with our business partner from Toyota, Mr. Stan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tim Stanton, and I'm the Human Resources Senior Manager for the Toyota Battery Manufacturing Site. I oversee all the human resources function and support Sean's site. Nice to meet you.
Good afternoon. I am Holly Ford, and I'm the Executive Director for Career and Technical Education for Guilford County Schools. And really, I support students and prepare them for high-skilled, high-wage, and in-demand careers. I am happy to return to Guilford County. I do all of my K-12 here, so this is home. So I'm really happy to contribute in this way and really support the foundation that supported me. So it's happening. I'm really happy to be here today.
Good afternoon. Hope everyone can hear me. Emmanuel Dudley. I am the Vice President of Workforce and Continual Education anything to give individuals short-term, low-cost, quick access to the opportunities that our moderator just talked about, and have been proud to do so 14 years this month at Guilford Tech Community College. So I'm celebrating 14 and 26 years in our incredible community college system in North Carolina.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Danielle Harrison, and I serve as the Executive Director of Guilford Works, which is one of the 20 workforce development boards across the state of North Carolina. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you today, and as a Guilford County native and as a product of Guilford County Schools and Guilford Technical Community College, and also as a colleague, having all three of these esteemed individuals on our workforce board, I am happy to be here today.
Cool. Thank you. Well, let me start off with a question for Mr. Stanton from Toyota, and then a specific question. We'll ask a broader question of everybody. Just so everybody's clear, how many people does Toyota expect to hire in the next 5 years?
It'll be close to 6,000 total employees.
That's a lot. And we are doing a pretty data-driven series of conversations today, but that's a big number. How do you feel about that?
I have plenty of work to do. The exciting thing that I'm happy to share is that we're hitting all of our hiring targets. So that means that the goodwill that we have felt from the community is turning into results in terms of our engagement with our hiring process. We are finding candidates that are work skill ready to meet Toyota's challenges in terms of our workforce. It's very much advanced manufacturing. We'll hear a lot about that today. And that's turning into hires for us. So that's very much a good news story for us.
And can I ask, how big is the labor shed, if that's a word, that you're looking at? Like, how far away are your prospective employees coming from?
We right now have been using a 60-mile radius from our plant to help make some determinations in terms of the market that we're targeting for labor.
Thank you. It's really helpful, I think, in setting context for the whole conversation. I'd like to ask the whole panel two separate but related questions. Number one, what can Greensboro and the City Council do? What actions can they take to strengthen our workforce for the long term? And then the second question, what actions can they take to make sure that everybody in the city, everybody in the community, shares in the prosperity that at least theoretically comes with being the best state for business?
Well, I'll start off, and this is my response to both of those questions. Information and knowledge is power. And so as the Workforce Board, we make sure that we provide the necessary information for all of our stakeholders. And that includes our board, that includes City Council, that includes the county commissioners, as well as the City Council in High Point. And so we have this information on our website, as well as we distribute this information on a bi-weekly basis. And so just making sure that all of the stakeholders are your constituents, the residents within your respective districts and communities are well aware of what we do, so that way we can provide the services to them and they can come to us if needed.
Now, jump in here and add to that. And I took a deep breath when Mr. Stanton said they're meeting benchmarks because GTCC is assisting in that. So I hope to keep hearing that over the next 2 years. And we're definitely going to do our part to assist Toyota as well as other companies, manufacturers, businesses in our city and county meet their benchmarks. So when I gave my introduction, and I talked about my years, wasn't just talking about my proud years of the system, but I referenced that to say I started my community college career in Wayne County, Goldsboro, North Carolina, went far west to Iredell County, Mitchell Community College, moment that I'm so glad to be experiencing. So what do we need to take advantage of this moment? Yes, to continue doing what we're already doing, but we have to do it better. We have to do it smarter. And we have to continue to collaborate and support each other and look at the data, read the data, understand what's happening not only across the country, but in our county and our state, and understand the metrics that are moving workforce forward in a very aggressive way, where it's training and the needs of these companies are shorter as far as the time span we have to train them, younger as far as the age that they say we need them, fewer as far as the degrees that they say they need to enter these spaces. So it's wholly impacting post-secondary and, of course, secondary education in a very meaningful way, where the work and meetings that, of course, we have in our average work day, I mean, we're talking, and we're talking with intention, and I'm sure you understand what it means. Talking with intention means something different. It means really digging into the metrics and really collaborating and being intentional in a meaningful way. So when we say we're creating a program, as was mentioned, we're not just creating a program for a certain sector, a certain population, a certain part of the city. We need training that covers everyone, from age 10, basically, as we promote them and inform them and entice them into these careers, some that don't even have a term yet or a job title, to the mid-career shifter that is 45 years old and wants to make more, wants to be more, and needs to do it for the efficiency and sustainability of their family.
So I will just add, I echo what's been said already, but if I can add another angle for how Greensboro and its council can help support and strengthen the workforce, I would say it's to create opportunities. We find that there are only skill gaps because there's a lack of opportunity. And so there is this need to expose, and Dr. Nutley said it well, elementary age students. Oftentimes we think of high school. But really by high school, you have built a mindset that sometimes creates borders that we're trying to tear down. And so it's really important that we start to make connections and provide moments of exposure and just spark curiosity. I'm curious about this area that may not look like me, that I don't know anyone in my family unit to have, but I've had an experience with an employer or a post-secondary partner or a workforce development organization, and now I'm curious to learn more. So I implore us as a group to create those moments of spark so that our students take an interest and turn that interest into a passion. The only way that you can take an interest, oftentimes we use those words interchangeably, interest and passion. There's a difference. And the way to take an interest to a passion is to expose and saturate and create moments for success. I can relate to this. And so not only do I have an interest, I now have a passion, this intrinsic motivation, this self-driven nature to learn more, to find out more. If there's a class I need to take at the post-secondary level, I want to know about it. And then I need an employer partner or an apprenticeship program that shows me how I can attain that post-secondary credential, certificate, degree, debt-free, or less debt than what I'm currently aware of. So opportunities to create curiosity for students who are younger than high school.
Well, let me probe on that. This is a really important point. We talked the other day. When the Toyota plant is fully up and running in 5 years, 4 years, okay. When it's fully up and running, the entry-level workers that you're gonna have to hire then are right now in the 7th and 8th grade. So what specifically, Dr. Ford, give us a couple of examples of what we could be doing, are doing, should be doing with students who are, how old are you in the 7th grade? 11, 12 years old? How do we reach them specifically so that happens? So we spark that curiosity.
There's so many ways to engage in work-based learning. And I think it's important that as a community we become mutual investors. We hear that there's an occupational need, there's vacancies, and oftentimes we have an untapped talent pool. And so to specifically talk about the grade span of middle school, 7th and 8th grade, that are the candidates for these employment opportunities at Toyota and others, there needs to be an identification of capacity with the employer partner. How can you engage with us? How can we engage with you? What is your level of capacity for engagement? And let's just pursue those. So from site tours, in the month of October, it is National Advanced Manufacturing Appreciation. And oftentimes, especially in this community, they may hear of the word manufacturing, but really not understanding what does it mean. And then if they talk to a grandparent, it looks totally different now, significantly different now than it did a decade or more ago. And so I think just being able to provide site tours, Mr. Staten has been over and has talked with our teachers, and we put, Toyota in front of students, virtual panels, had lots of events for just engagement, World of Work, where they come and they visit different booths and they learn. And then we had shifts, internships, mentorships, apprenticeships, which are those higher order work-based learning initiatives. So we can start anywhere and at any capacity where our partners are ready.
And if I own a small business and I anticipate needing some highly skilled but younger workers in 3 years, what do I do? How do I connect with you? I'm wrestling with this problem. What do I do?
That is a great question. How do you connect with me? Because I asked,
If
how do I connect with you?
If you and I weren't talking right now, how would I know how to go about doing this?
I think it's opportunities, platforms like this, where you're networking and you're building that professional landscape, where I may not know a connector, but Dr. Pearson does.
Right.
And so we're talking, and she's plugging and pinging, and so this type of platform and others is how we reach our arm of impact and how we're able to really build that bridge of community to understand what we have and what resources are available, whether you're the employer partner or the secondary or post-secondary workforce development partner. Yeah.
And I will add, tapping into the spaces of play. And if we're going to attract them younger, we don't need to bring in advanced manufacturing tools yet necessarily to the high school or maybe even the middle school. Tap into the spaces of play. And what I mean by that is today's Lego obsessed 7-year-old is tomorrow's robotics engineer. Okay, today's gamer, on the computer, yes, we all chided about that with our kids playing games all day, is tomorrow's game developer and cyber engineer and data mining engineer. So we have a lot of camps at GTCC that hopefully you hear about. We do a lot of camps during the summer. That's to introduce gently, lightly, yes, these harder careers that we offer, these more tangible careers in advanced manufacturing, mechatronics, supply chain, but we're just going to do a cooking camp. Okay, we're just doing a Lego and robotics camp. Just to get them on campus, let them play and do what they do, then continue to bring them back. So hosting things like this not only on college campuses, but I think in businesses. I think in advanced manufacturing facilities. I think definitely in the high schools they do this, in the middle schools they do it, but take children to places that are uncommon, where they can see these spaces and places where they may eventually work and learn about. So after you complete the camp, the kids take a tour of a model manufacturer or a Toyota plant. After they play with their Legos and their robots, do a tour. Oh, and then by the time they get to us, these things don't look so foreign. So that's what we're investing in.
So, man, the school system is building a robotic school, Faust Elementary. So that would be a place I would look, and they're slated to open, I think, next year. So that's a place you can start early. You gotta start early with our children. Because misconception is that we don't get it, we don't do that, we don't do STEM either. And these are the jobs of others. So you can start as early as elementary.
A couple questions for Dr. Dudley. What are we doing, or what do we need to do to make some of these training programs accessible for people that currently have full-time jobs, that can't afford to take time off work, they've still got to pay rent, they've still got to support their families? How do they transition their careers into some of this? Are these programs offered at nights and weekends? What's needed there?
Yes, so yes, more support. We do attempt to offer these programs during the evening hours and on the weekends. We do that as much as we can. We find dollars, scholarship dollars, grant dollars to support and defray the costs for tuition, books, equipment, supplies for these programs. But the nexus is when you just offer some courses from 5 until 9, 2 days a week, it takes them longer to complete. And that's somewhat of the issue we're having right now, because we need to graduate someone that has the core competencies, learn the objectives, so they can be employed. So the answer is yes, we do offer courses in the evening as much as we can. We do tuition assistance, supports for students. But again, sometimes the issue is it makes the program longer, and for someone that's working, that has family issues, commitments, responsibilities, just life fatigue, a 3-month program can be a little weary. And so we're doing as much as we can to decrease that time frame, but still help students complete.
And my other question is, in terms of your camps and the accessibility to those programs for camps, for kids that have 2 working parents that can't take them to and from, and transportation, is there transportation offered for kids from around the city to the campus so that they can take advantage of these kinds of experiences?
Yes, it is becoming an increasing need and request. We are looking into that. We're getting information to offer that for participants. Not always easy, but that is something we are exploring.
Okay.
It's costly. There are insurance issues at times, but we are exploring that. Particularly, we heard about PART, I think. PART. So we have investigated opportunities with PART, and that's something we're exploring.
Thank you.
I'm so very excited that you all are here today. I look at the 4 of you, and I look at you all as a supply chain. I'll probably move a couple of pieces around here. But you are your own supply chain in a sense. As that supply chain, and knowing that not every student wants or needs to get a 4-year degree in whatever that topic might be, when you're out and about in the community, how do you sell this supply chain? This the certifications or the workforce development, or the CTE getting involved, and then ending up there with Tim on the end. How do you show the benefits of that to your constituents?
I would say that as far as Skillful Works is concerned, we want to make sure that our job seekers, they understand that a credential could be a certification. You can earn a stackable credential, and that's how we partner with GTCC. And so we have apprenticeship programs, and we have experiential learning opportunities. And so through our local career center, we meet people where they are, and we give them information about the various opportunities that we have, from the stackable credential to the 2-year degree that they can earn at GTCC, as well as the 4-year degree and onward. And so we also provide information about the supports. And so Dr. Dudley just mentioned the scholarship opportunities that they offer at GTCC. But also we offer support services through our workforce board. And so we offer up to, hopefully, once our board approves it, you all will get this information on March the 7th. But I am asking our board to approve our individual training accounts from $4,500 to $10,000 per training participant. So that way, if an individual is wanting to earn a stackable credential, that they may do so. And in addition to that, I'm asking our board to approve our supported services policy, which is now $500 to up to $3,000 for our training participants. So that way, they can earn a certificate, a 2-year degree, and or a 4-year degree.
I think also to Hugh's point, the GTCC Federation for Advanced Manufacturing Education, I know, is working with Toyota, and I've told the story how I was able to see some of the fruits of their labor at Greensboro Toyota when they showed what their projects were. They were really fascinating and smart. And I think anybody who gets into that FAME Academy is really lucky, because they have an education that is provided for them. They get out debt-free. They're going to have a wonderful job ahead of them. And so I think, the more we could do with that FAME Academy, and also the next gen that we have right down the street from our offices is a great way to introduce people to the careers of the future. I was at Western Guilford not too long ago. They sent an email in and said, they invited the mayor to come in and talk to them, and I did, and they were really surprised that they could just send an email and the mayor showed up. But I was talking to them about Toyota and Boom and the customized training that goes on, and the principal just happened to walk in and said that Toyota was in the school the week before. And so that they are reaching out to these different schools to make it known what it was they're looking for. And, as we've talked an awful lot about, not every child wants to go to college or financially can go to college. And you can have just as successful career doing a trade and make a really good living and have a great job. So I'm really pleased to see how these seeds are already growing throughout our county.
And Madam Mayor, if I can add to that, another benefit of tapping into the supply chain, and this is real selfish here.
That's okay.
Is that they're staying local.
Yes.
And they're being educated locally, and they're being skilled from local businesses. There's a better chance they're going to stay with us, as opposed to going off to X, Y, or Z. And so it's a little bit of selfishness, but it's also, the way I see it, is it's going to benefit the individual, the family, the neighborhoods, the community, the city.
Thank you, Mayor Bond. Yes, we're very proud of our first in flight FAME program at GTCC, the first in North Carolina of 27 across the country, first in North Carolina. And so we are proudly the site for that program, and we're supporting it not only with Toyota FAME, but with the Certified Production Technician course that we offer, and also the school system offers that course. And we're working and collaborating together to reach the person that is mid-career, 25, 35, 45, as well as 15. And that's the approach it's going to take. Not doing it in silos, not doing it exclusively, but doing it collaboratively. So thank you for that class.
You know, another thing that I would say is a company like Toyota or Boom or Marshall USA, who we know looked at 100 sites before they decided on PTI, they do their homework. When they are investing hundreds of millions and sometimes billions of dollars, they're not just going to hope that we have a workforce. They have to know that we already have plans in place, and I believe that they see the collaboration that we have between the school system and GTCC and Guilford Works, and then, you know, not even to mention all the higher education that we have here, such as Bennett that we're sitting in, and North Carolina A&T and UNCG. So I believe that they did their homework and they know that we can deliver, because you're not going to spend billions of dollars and cross your fingers.
Well, that's a very important point. So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say there's a couple of points that I wanted to kind of connect. You mentioned wraparound services for parents and families. So Guilford Plain Schools has a program called Dual Generation. And what it is, it started off with CompTIA A+ certification. So you had to be a GCS parent, but if you were looking to upskill yourself, we were offering GCS parents an opportunity to come in and earn their CompTIA A+, which is in the area of computer science certification, to make them more marketable. And so we're looking to duplicate that in other areas with other certifications, but we are giving these certifications and providing the opportunity for our students to earn these industry-recognized credentials, and we see that there's a value and a need, not just for the student, but for the family unit. And so we're happy to have started dual generation. We started in the area of computer science, but we are looking to expand in our certified production technician, which is advanced manufacturing, and other spaces for certificates for GCS parents. That's just an additional comment for you there. And to your question about how do we help to educate our stakeholders about opportunities in addition to a 2 or 4 year degree program. And I really think you just show them the numbers. You show them the data that there are 30 million jobs that have these middle skills. And what I say about these middle skills are just a certificate or a certification, maybe some associate degree attainment, or you're working towards that. But that middle skill area after high school graduation, that we have 30 million jobs that start at $55,000. And when you compare that to a beginning teacher salary of $39,000, young people and families start to understand those numbers and really start to see the non-traditional ways for post-secondary pursuits than what traditionally was spoken, that you go to high school directly to a 2 or 4 year program. We say that that is an option, and that is a pathway, and we believe in that pathway, but there are now other pathways that can not only provide a living wage for yourself, but a family sustaining wage. So,
and then if you can show them how to do it debt-free, it's even more valuable.
Yes. And I want to piggyback off of what Dr. Core just mentioned. She mentioned the dual generation workforce initiative. Councilman Holston, you mentioned supply chain, right? And so we developed a talent pipeline. We partnered, the Guilford Workforce Development Board partnered with GCS and their dual generation workforce initiative. There were hundreds of applicants, and we only had 40 individuals that could participate in both of the cohorts. And so through the completion of that cohort, of both cohorts, GTCC stepped in and they provided scholarships for the completers of that particular class. And so those parents of GCS students of Title I schools, so their students and their learner they attend Title I schools in GCS. And so these parents were able to continue their education in the IT track because they received scholarships from GTCC. And so that is an example of how we create that talent pipeline. And so that's what we aim to do, and we will continue to.
and able to do it at no cost, tuition free, once they completed the program. So we're very proud to participate.
Can I ask a question about your own workforce within this supply chain? Do we have enough instructors in the various programs? If not, what are the obstacles? And third, I don't mean to be a leading question, but I think when you went through the salaries there at the end, can a public school teacher afford to live and own a home in this community? For anybody, I don't mean.
That's a hard-headed question. So for career and technical education, oftentimes our teaching force comes from industry. And so when they come into the world of education, specifically K-12, there is a drastic difference in what they make or could make in industry and what they're able to make as an educator or a teacher. So because of that, there are areas that are very hard to fill. We were able to get ESSER funds, or what we call learning recovery funds, because of our pandemic. But those funds are now at the point of extension. They've come to its end. And so we were able to offer a stipend or some type of signing bonus with those additional funds for those hard-to-fill areas. But now we're trying to creatively think of how to retain this teaching talent where this additional funding is no longer available. So we understand that advanced manufacturing is where we're going. Who's going to teach advanced manufacturing when they could be in advanced manufacturing facilities and make significantly higher incomes? And so it gets to the point of them understanding there is a need to build the future generation of workforce, and there's a need to teach them. But there has to be this conversation of the realization that I may not can afford to teach, even though I have a passion and a desire to do so. And we're also getting to this cusp of retiring workforce, where it's time to retire out, and so you're looking at how you can replenish the pipeline. And so we have a challenge in front of us. And it really is up to this group and others to really advocate to our legislators that higher income is needed if we want to continue to be dynamic and prepare for those jobs that don't exist. We need to have a skilled, qualified teaching workforce that is willing to come and do it and can afford to do so.
Well, I want to give our other panel members the opportunity to answer, but I also want to say, you didn't hear this from me, but it's possible that we're going to have senior members of the legislature here tomorrow. So how could city council members raise this issue for them?
Currently, there's little engagement in post-secondary education prep programs. So it's not just CTE. Across the board, individuals are not going to colleges and universities to teach. And I think it's because there's not a desire there. I have a heart for it, but I also have a need to support myself and family. And so I think that piece right there is that we look at where our current education prep programs are and the minimum talent that's in those pipelines. And if they don't come that route, the only other route to come is through industry. And I've had personal experience of having that qualified candidate on the hook. And then, that question comes. And when they start to unpack that question, the fish goes off the hook. The talent is needing to speak with their family about what it would mean to have a profession in education compared to other options. And so I think that's one area of conversation, is just looking at the current education prep programs and seeing the drop of graduating a future teaching force. And then also, looking at, compared to 50 states, where North Carolina falls. And at one point, where was North Carolina higher? And what can we do to tap into that ladder? And I would just say, look at the numbers. As of December of 2023, GCS had 202 vacancies. And so that number is alarming. And so I echo what Dr. Core indicated, ensuring that we have the talent in the colleges of education, and that we are recruiting and retaining talent locally. But the numbers do not lie.
Mr. Stanton, you're the wonderful beneficiary of all this going on to your right. What is it that you and Toyota are looking for in these 6,000 new employees that you're bringing on? Is there a certain skill, is there a certain curriculum, is there a certain area that you're looking for?
And back in 2022, when I began my HR function, we determined that the critical path along with building the plant was actually developing the workforce. So we engaged back in 2022 with GTCC and the county school system to begin to build that pipeline, because it is such a critical path, whether it's the skilled workforce or the production workers. We began that path back in 2022, knowing that it will take years to bear fruit for us at Toyota. But we felt it was such a critical path that we had to start it immediately. We will continue to expand our connections with the schools, going in to develop the high school level programs that Dr. Poore talked about. We feel that the connection between even middle school students is so important that one of our future production buildings will actually be redesigned to include a visitor center and an experienced learning aspect to it, where we'll have some transparent walls so you can see all the robots at work. And for a student growing up, seeing that is quite impressive. So we believe it's that critical that we built that into our long-term plan so we can be successful long-term as an organization.
So is it a science degree, is it technology, or is it more of an aptitude to learn?
Wearing my HR hat, it's all of the above. I want people that can show up to work on time, bring the soft skills, knowing how to make connections with others. At Toyota, we do everything as a team. Everything is about teamwork, working well with each other, and that shows a level of respect that is very critical as part of our principles as a company, and one that we emphasize. We spend 2 weeks, when you join Toyota, you don't do anything technical for the first 2 weeks. You learn the Toyota culture, you learn the Toyota values, you speak directly to the points that you're alluding to, which is you have to have those soft skills that are inculcated. We'll help develop those, but they have to start within you, and then you can flourish and move on to the technical things. Thanks.
How do you measure those? How do you know when somebody, a candidate, has those right soft skills?
Sure. So part of our experiential learning as a new employee, we go through a series of exercises, typically with small groups or even in pairs, and we do a check on learning. And so we see if those values are being demonstrated in follow-on learning, where they're able to show that demonstrated values in action. And that's how we demonstrate that connection has been made with that candidate, that they're now our employee and they're going to be successful. If not, we'll have them go back and relearn that so that they can become successful.
what do we do in our workforce system to teach those soft skills? I raise it because we hear all the time from major employers, from the U.S. Navy to shipbuilding industry to advanced manufacturing, saying, look, you brought me somebody who knows how to weld two pieces of metal together, but they don't know how to get along with everybody else as a team. We got to up our game. How do we teach that?
We can tell them to come to our workforce centers. We have 2 comprehensive centers, one in Greensboro, 2301 West Kennedy Road. We also have one in High Point. Mayor Vaughn mentioned our Emerging Workforce Center, and that is for individuals 16 through 24 years of age. And so we have talented staff within our centers and also on our mobile career center that can provide workshops and educational opportunities for our job seekers, so that way they can gain those needed soft skills before they enter employment.
And we embed and include soft skills in our core courses. We have an element or an area in community colleges called HRD, Human Resources Development, which is essentially soft skills training. And so what I've done, or what we've done with my team, is included an element of HRD in our CDL program and our Certified Production Technician program, the front end or the back end. And some of our,
these are what you're describing now as the shorter term.
These are the shorter term, but yes, we carved out 8 to 12 hours so these individuals can learn soft skills, because that is our chief request skill from industry. As you just said, they can do the task and they know the information, but a little rough on appropriateness and communication skills and mediation and conflict management. We can drill down leadership development, how to communicate, how to write, technical writing in the workplace. And so we have focused on that and embedded core soft skills in our courses, many of our courses.
And just to add to that, I would say that we're trying to simulate modern industry, so we have flexible furniture so that there can be collaboration and you don't have the traditional rows and hard tables. So we try to outfit our learning spaces so that there can be collaboration and problem solving in different types of teams. Presentation skills, being able to try and fail and try again, and understanding the learning in that whole experience. So really just outfitting our learning spaces to model after a conference room or a collaborative space in industry so that they have the opportunity to develop those soft skills. We do try to incorporate them in our courses. We absolutely lean to our workforce development partner, MC Works, Skillful Works next Gen. We actually have an event coming up February 21st where several of our students are going over for a course called Career Readiness. And they're going to learn about how to present your best self. What does it mean to present your best self? How do you speak with an employer? What's professional speech? And how do you code switch? So when you're speaking in your family unit or in your neighborhoods or with your friends, there needs to be an opportunity. You need to understand when that opportunity is present to switch code in your language. And so that's a middle class type of encounter, and not all of our students who spoke to Title I, not all of our students come from that and don't have the opportunity to know what really does it mean to code switch and professionally have conversations and understand the difference. So we're fortunate to be able to have our workforce development boards to offer some of that instruction and curriculum, but we do try to do it in-house as well.
And if I can add briefly to your prior question, GTCC established to attract individuals who might not be aware of instructional opportunities at Guilford Tech Community College, just like there are underserved students, underrepresented student populations. There are individuals with the skills, talent, knowledge, and desire that are out there that have the experience, recent retirees, are individuals who might not have ever thought about teaching at Guilford Tech Community College. We established our Faculty and Training Academy. And this is to prepare individuals so they're not going into the classroom cold. And they complete this academy, we call it the FIT Academy, so they are prepared to teach at the community college with our students. Our students can be a little different, have different and unique challenges, but we want to prepare instructor. Finally, we too have had to put an incentive, monetary incentive, as far as the hiring bonus to core, hard to find areas of instruction. Aviation is one, anywhere from $2,000 to $3,000 signing bonus. Advanced manufacturing, we've offered a signing bonus. IT, we've offered a signing bonus to be competitive, because we're not just competing with other post-secondary institutions, we're competing against industry for these individuals. So anywhere from a $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 signing bonus has helped us fill some of these critical positions that have been really hard to fill.
I have a question, I guess, really for both you, Dr. Dudley, and Dr. Ford. I would think that there are opportunities to recruit people who've maybe spent 30 years in the corporate and are looking for a second career opportunity. So I had a neighbor actually who worked for the Gulf County Schools and did that. So is that something that both of you look at and are looking at that as an opportunity for recruitment?
Absolutely.
No, you're smart people, so I think
Not only are we meeting with industry representatives for our students, we're also asking, who just retired? Who can we talk to? There's someone that's thinking about retiring that still wants to be engaged.
So if you have any other contacts, please feel free.
Well, I started the second career, after I finished my business career.
All right, what other questions do our council members have? All right, well, let's say thank you to our panelists. His appreciation for your support, Dr. Clark, as well as all of GTCC. Thank you for the support of the City Council. We're doing a lot of new things, great things. We're expanding our wings, literally and figuratively. You think about our education program. So just thank you for your ongoing support of what we're doing.
So, thank you. So I'm going to be the last one to ask a question. I'm always I didn't hear anybody talk about re-entry. Population of individuals who need a second chance, who may have done something foolish, whatever, but now get penalized because they carry their property. And we cannot be a great workforce until we're inclusive of those individuals who just need a chance to take care of their family. And I didn't hear anybody talk about that today. But still, right. So what are you doing?
Well, Councilwoman Hightower, I will say that I entered the workforce development world after working 7 years for the Department of Public Safety, also known as the Department of Corrections. And so the reentry population is a population that I have been very dedicated to ensuring that we are creating those equitable opportunities too. And so the Workforce Board, we have a few programs that we offer annually for the reentry population. Presently, we have a Fresh Start initiative. We received the governor's recognition last October for this program. And so this program is for those who have been incarcerated, those who belong to the refugee and immigrant population, and we offer workshops, career readiness, job readiness workshops, those soft skills training for those populations. And in addition to that, we blemishes on their record. And so we have the Fresh Starts initiative. In addition to that, we have the annual Second Chance Job Fair. And so we partner with institutions such as Goodwill Industries, also the Hub for Hope at Evangel. And so we offer the Second Chance Job Fair in both Greensboro and High Point on an annual basis. But the re-entry population is a population that the workforce board that we do serve, because we understand that they are part of our existing workforce as well as our future and emerging workforce.
Same thing, we're there, we're at the table. GTCC, particularly my division, has identified 4 key groups of populations that we are very intentional about. We meet with the Re-Entry Council regularly. We've identified curriculum programs, training programs that are re-entry friendly. So when we go into these spaces, we have pamphlets, information, programs ready, and we're sensitive. And I'm proud to say, just in our CDL program, last count we had about no less than 20 individuals last count that had a sensitive background, and that's something that we are very proud of.
I just want to end and say, on behalf of Guilford County Schools and Dr. Oakley, we do thank you for your support and your advocacy of our local school district. And just if there's any other ways that we can partner or how we can support you, we are happy here and learn and work, and we all better together.
Thank you, Dr. Husband and Dr. Harris. Because you have to be intentional about making sure that we're inclusive. You can't keep dangling opportunity in front of people and they have no way to achieve.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you all.
All right, thank you all very much. Very long day, very detailed, thoughtful, substantive conversation. And we're all eager to wrap it up. I just want to say, Mr. Manager, do you have any final comments?
No, I just ask if the council has anything else they want us to consider. Tomorrow we open with the mayor interviewing our colleagues from High Point and Raleigh. Good opportunities to ask questions about what works in those cities and what we could learn from them. And then we'll wrap it up. We also have the president of Toyota will be here tomorrow to kind of show the future of connectivity and how we work together. But we'll wrap it up with our state legislators. Hopefully we will have them here and they will be able to speak to some of our agenda items unless there's anything else that we should consider bringing in tomorrow. I mean, happy to listen, and then we can always accommodate that in our discussion tomorrow if there's anything else.